Good morning from Scarborough, where we are here to the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy match between Northern Diamonds and Central Sparks. It's a beautiful sunny day here on the east coast, and we're getting ready. The umpires are already out and batters are waiting at the side of the pitch. Diamonds are just in a huddle ready to go out and will be off in this match. The last time these guys played was on the 4th of May at Edgbaston, and it was an absolute thriller. Northern Diamonds got 216 and Sparks were romping it really, and then Holly Armitage captain brought herself on for the last over, and they lost 3 wickets in the last over, and Northern Diamonds won by 1 run. So it'd be great if we have a game like that today. Sam, what do you think?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Holly this year has probably been captain fantastic. It's probably fair to say she's got to be on England's radar across the board, and her batting is clearly her main strength and pushing her forward. But you know, that example there, actually, where she chips in under pressure, is such a crucial skill for us.
Yes, and I can remember sitting on the Popular Bank over by the entrance, thinking when they played another game, I wish Holly would bring herself on, and it was the game before that game, and then she did that in the next game. She's got really canny leg spin that she can just chuck up there occasionally, so it's been of great benefit to have her leading the way as captain in many different ways. For those of you that don't know, I'm Jane Powell and I'm joined by Sam Gascoigne from Yorkshire County Cricket Club, and we're happy to bring this live stream to you this morning.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day at Scarborough, and I think, as Jane has just said, obviously there's been some real tight competition between these two teams in previous encounters, and with this competition getting back underway, I think it's probably fair to say the Diamonds will have had a slightly disappointing T20 block, but this presents a real great opportunity to really kick-start the season again.
It really does. Central Sparks won the toss and they elected to bat, and interestingly it looks like Diamonds are about to open the bowling with Erin Burns with a off spin.
It's an interesting start here at Scarborough, obviously a 10:30 start. Often you might see the ball nibble around, so slightly different from the Diamonds, but I guess a bit of control.
Yes, I think so, and they've probably obviously done their matchups as she comes in, first ball, and that did turn, bounced and turned, so a great return there from Erin Burns, and we've got Bess Heath behind the stumps today, and Lauren Winfield Hill has taken up the mid-on position as Erin Burns comes in again, and it's guided down through the third man area for an easy one there. So that's Eve Jones, I believe, who's opening the batting.
A real strong opening partnership here. Eve Jones, obviously a prolific run scorer in this competition as well, and someone the Diamonds will be wanting to get really early here.
Yes, and she's backed up by Chloe Brewer as well, and Chloe Brewer got a fine 30-something in the development team championship win this last week. Just plays that off the back foot through to the cover point where it's fielded, and there's a no run. It's interesting going from 20 over to 50 overs. Sam, what do you think the main differences are for these guys?
I guess it's just getting back into batting time and not trying to not feel that pressure on you from the start, and 50 overs is a long time, and you know, really I suppose it's keeping those wickets in hand early doors. Yeah,
patience for me, patience all the way. You know, you don't have to try and go off like a train. You can actually have a look at what's going on and then build your innings. There's something that we don't do very often. Erin Burns comes in again and she's bowled her. I think that one went through the gate, and that's a great start for the Northern Diamonds. We'll see that again on the replay. Yeah, it just went on with the arm and just went straight through the defence there, and she's out.
The Northern Diamonds will be delighted with that. Clearly a plan they've had going into this game with matchups there, and they don't always work out, so that's a great start there.
And this is where you really do need patience, but also you need good technique. And, there was a lack there in the technique. You can't afford to leave that gap between your bat and your pad, because otherwise you're leading yourself open for that ball that doesn't turn, or the one that does turn, depending on what you're facing. And Abby Freeborn now has to replace her in the first over.
It's always interesting here at Scarborough as well. I mean, generally you get really good value for runs, quick outfield, generally fairly small boundaries. So that patience really can play in it. You don't need to get too far ahead of yourself, because you can make up a lot later on in the innings, can't you?
You can, and since we've finished the rainy season, I hope, I'm keeping my fingers firmly crossed there, the outfields in England are very quick. So once you get them through the infield, you tend to find that it does race away for a 4, and this ground is looking good, and so that it won't be much different here as Erin Burns comes in for the first ball against Freeborn. There's a stifled appeal, and that's a great first over for Northern Diamonds, with just the 2 runs coming off it.
Yeah, you couldn't ask for a better start, could you? That's exactly what they've been discussing, set the tone early there, and you'll see it looks like Rachael Slater to follow up, so some left arm seam. She's had a fantastic T20 competition as well. Yeah,
she's come back in really strongly, hasn't she? She's put the ball in the areas that count, and I think, whatever form of cricket you're playing, it's really important to keep the stumps in play. Don't give it wide outside off, and don't sort of vary the length too much. Bowlers, if they miss the ball, it should be hitting the stumps. It's just a simple adage that's been there for the test of time.
I guess even more so with a left arm seamer swinging the ball back into a right-handed batter. That's your real strength there, and you see it around the world. That's a unique point of difference for many.
She bowls that first ball, and it just tempts Chloe Brewer, but she didn't go after that one and just let it go through to Bess Heath. I think you're right, certainly when I was playing, I know it's a long time ago, but the left armour was the most difficult, because you had to play it, because you were never sure whether it was going to come back into you, and often it would be the one just drifting straight on outside off stump, and there's always the potential of edges there, so we've got one slip in place.
That's exactly it right there. It just looked like it just shaped back, and well played in the end, but I think exactly what we're talking about there. The other interesting thing I always think at Scarborough, which is not necessarily the case everywhere, particularly around other parts of the country, is actually the pace in the pitch, and I think we've seen that with the first ball from Rachael there, but it carried through really nicely to the keeper, and just leaves a bit in it for everyone, I'd say.
Yeah, very competitive. Pitch is always prepared here, and it's a great place to come and play, and yet again that ball just goes outside off stump, and you can see that Chloe Brewer is not sure whether she should be playing it or not at the moment. So good line and length at the moment from Slater, and hopefully she can pull that one to come back in towards the batter, which will cause her even more trouble.
It's great to see Rachael back out bowling, isn't it? She's had a tough few years with injuries, and I think everyone's always seen the potential that she's got, so she seems to be really sort of cementing that at the minute. Yes,
and the obviously, we're not going to go on and on about it, but the decision about Yorkshire Net getting a team has really caused a little bit of consternation in this group, because they're the group that are going to almost have to be disbanded, if that makes sense. So she's done well to come back from that physical, but also the mental side of it as well, as she makes Chloe Brewer play that one, but it's straight into a short mid-wicket, and it's no run.
I think it's probably fair to say, if she can really develop over the coming years, being a left arm seamer, given there's not that many around in the game at this stage, that could be a real strength for her.
Absolutely, it could. You've hit the nail on the head there. She will be very, very valuable in the women's game, and I think that's the end of the over, and it's a maiden. So the score is still 1 for 2, 1 wicket, 2 runs. always get a bit confused because I know Australia say it the opposite way round, and I'm like, is it 2 for 1 or is it 1 for 2? But it's 1 wicket for 2 runs.
Yeah, really strong start, and they'll be hoping to build on that. Obviously, continuing with Erin Burns, so not just a plan to Eve Jones, something they're continuing to go 2 right-handers here.
Yeah, and I think the mix-up, you know, if you're opening the batting, you're probably more used to facing seam than you are to facing spin. So this plan by the Diamonds so far seems to be working, as that one's tossed up a little bit further, but is driven firmly by Freeborn straight back to the bowler.
I guess the other strength for the Diamonds here is actually the number of spinners that they can turn to here. Obviously, you've got Katie Levick, one of the best spinners in the women's game. You've got Holly Armitage, we've just discussed her prowess earlier there, and then Erin Burns here. So there's also options with Emma Marlowe. So there's plenty of options to turn to if they feel like spin's the way to go here.
I often think that spin is much more difficult if it's good spin, because the batter has to put all the pressure, all the pace on the ball. Whereas if you've got a seamer coming in, sometimes you can just work with that. And that one's completely foxed Bess Heath as well as Abby Freeborn. It was a wide down leg side. Oh no, sorry, she's cancelled that and given a bye.
So there's an interesting shot there with an attempted reverse sweep. It feels quite early to go to that.
I think she tried it previously as well and toe-ended it out to mid-wickets, out to cover. Whereas Chloe Brewer playing it a little bit more traditionally, just working it round onto the leg side for the single. You don't see umpires change their mind very quickly, do you? Very often. And that was interesting decision there. It was given as a wide and then changed her mind because she'd gone across, and I think Erin was just pointing out she bowled to where she'd gone across to. So that's the end of the third over, and it's 1 for 4.
Yeah, another really tight over there, and some flight and guile in that. You know, there's no spearing it in and trying to bowl wicket to wicket like that. It's really trying to tempt the batters into something there is probably what I'd say with that approach.
Yeah, she's very experienced, and she's been a useful asset to the Diamonds this year, not just with her very experienced off spin, but also with her batting as well. And she's also regarded as one of the top fielders in women's cricket. So, and from what I hear, I'm not part of the dressing room, but what I hear is she's very popular and very well liked in there as well. Slater comes in for a second over, and that's up and driven by Brewer straight to, I think that's Dobson at mid-off.
Of course, another dimension as well. Erin played at Central Sparks last year, I believe. So
she did.
Playing against her old team again now.
She did. So she will know a lot of these girls very well. As Slater comes in. And that's bowled, but wasn't quite middled, and I think she was looking to push that onto the offside, and it ended up going out to short mid-wicket, or just onto the onside. So Slater coming in from I'm told it's the P-Zone Park end, for those of you that know Scarborough very well. Brewer advanced down the wicket and hit that out, and that's the first boundary of the day.
Yeah, lovely strike through the covers, and probably quite a small boundary, but again, we've already seen there, she didn't really seem to get it too much there, but it's flown away to the boundary across a really quick outfield. Yeah,
and what she did nicely was she made it into a sort of a half volley by moving her feet, coming down the wicket to meet it. See that she was a way out of her crease when she faced that, and then the next ball slanted across her, and she takes a waft but didn't get an edge on that one. So Slater will be encouraged with that, because she knows that she's going to start trying to play her shots, and she'll have all sorts of tricks in mind. She'll be putting that one across her, and she'll be trying to get the one to come back on her as well.
And I guess for the ones that come back, she's got an advantage in that slight slope is actually with that movement there from the Popular Bank over to the west hand side.
And a very good ball there to force a forward defensive shot.
Yeah, it's been a very impressive start so far, isn't it? Very tight. Even that one boundary there is, it's not a bad ball. It's a good shot, and the batter has obviously used some intent, come down the pitch and forced something there.
Slater comes in again, and again Chloe Brewer works her feet and goes down the ground, but this time it's fielded, and they come back for the second, and there's half a chance there. So well fielded by the Diamonds, but well run by the Sparks. And that's the end of the 4th over, and the score moves on to 10 runs off 4 overs. And the debate that goes on now is you don't want to go off like a train like you do in T20s, but you also don't want to stagnate when you move to 50 overs. And it's really trying to get that balance between not taking risky shots, and we've already seen 2 reverse sweeps, or that you think, is that necessary at this stage? And it's that fine balance that goes on in your mind. And again, we're trying the sweep. So Freeborn's looking for the sweep. That was more of a paddle round to fine leg, but fielded by Katie Levick, and it's 1 run to Freeborn.
I guess that's the added challenge with a power play. You feel like you need to take advantage of having the fielders up, but it is finding that balance, isn't it? And there's a mid-on, mid-off up here. Is going over the top an option? They seem to be preferring the sweep option currently.
And there's an appeal for a stumping there, but Middlebrook doesn't look interested, does he?
No, not at all. No movement there at all. No wide there either, so it must have maybe a bit of turn, pitched in line potentially.
Again, it's helped down the leg side, but it's fielded, running round from square leg. Good fielding there. Is that Emma Marlowe out there?
Catherine Fraser.
Fraser, is it?
Yeah, I think so.
And the sight's not good in my old age, Sam.
Oh, not at all.
Look, and there's a big appeal there.
Yeah, very interested in that.
And I think Chloe Brewer walked away quickly to try not to remain in that position.
Maybe looked a little bit high. We'll have a look at the replay. Yeah, it's something you can see why they went up for it, that's for sure. No ball there, and a quicker ball from Erin Burns as well.
So free hit coming up. Must have been a front foot no ball.
And they can't try and change the field either, can they? That's a lovely shot. Straight over the top of mid-off, Lauren Winfield Hill. Really clean strike. And does that show potentially the way they could go if they want to be a bit more aggressive moving forward?
I think that's one of the dangers of bowling no balls is you give them a free hit and it almost loosens their shoulders, and so you see how easily Chloe Brewer played that one, and surely in her mind now she's thinking, oh, maybe I could do that again and go over the top. Now I'm sure that if that is the case, then Erin Burns will already be thinking, what do I bowl now to try and prevent her from doing that? And that one's a little
bit slower.
Yeah, it's slower and wider, and I think Chloe Brewer missed out on that one. Just fell away. Instead of keeping her head over the ball, then she just backed off a little bit and just missed it. So at the end of the 5th over, it's 1 for 18. 8 runs off that over.
So we're going to have a commentary change in a second. I'm going to switch out for Ellie, but I'll be back in 2 seconds.
So continuing from the P-Zone Park end is Catherine Slater. And she'll be trying to keep that ball going into and across the right-handed bat. As Catherine Slater comes in and bowls, and it's defended and played back to the bowler. We've got quite a tight circular field with a deep square leg and a deep fine leg. Everybody else is on the circle. As Slater comes in again to bowl from the P-Zone Park end, and again it's just played out into that short mid-wicket area to Erin Burns. That's played down to fine leg for a single, which brings Chloe Brewer on strike. Chloe Brewer at the moment is the more free-flowing of the batsmen. She's on 14, whereas Freeborn is on 2. As we've said earlier, there's plenty of time, lots of time to play yourself in. So there's no great rush yet. As Slater comes in and Brewer defends it out onto the offside. Played out into the offside for a dot ball. As the fielding side, then you're looking at trying to build pressure, and you build pressure in a couple of ways. One is by taking wickets, but the other one is by not allowing them to score freely. And at the moment, Diamonds would be very happy with the way they're creating this pressure as Brewer starts to advance down the wicket, but has to then just defend. Another good over from Slater. And the score now is 1 for 19. So change of bowler from the Trafalgar Square end, and it's Abby Glenn replacing Erin Burns. And Erin Burns, with her 1 wicket for 11 runs off 3 overs, is a good start for the Diamonds. And I'm joined by Ellie Indy.
Hello, Jane.
How are you?
I'm very good. Oh, lovely day with some cricket.
You had a long journey, Ellie?
From Leeds?
Not too bad then.
Not too bad at all.
Abby Glenn comes in, and that one's slightly outside leg stump, which helps Freeborn just free her arms a little bit and just work it out for the second boundary of the day. I think Freeborn prefers playing square of the wicket. So anything that's outside leg stump, then she's quite happy to just help that round. And we've seen her try to play reverse sweeps already in this game. The faster pace on the ball obviously looks like it suits her better, because she's just hit that one again for 4 runs down through backward square. Just needs to get this one back outside off stump, and she does better this time and gets it outside onto the stumps, and it's defended by Abby Freeborn.
She's enjoying a really good Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy this year.
How's she? Give us some more facts then.
93 against Sunrise and played a pretty good knock. 49 against Diamonds last time out.
In a game that they lost.
Yeah. 1 run.
By 1 run when Holly Armitage came on in the last over and took 3 wickets.
Very impressive, yeah.
Impressive or disastrous, depending on which team you were on, I think. I don't think Sparks would be too impressed by it. As Abby Glenn comes in again from the Trafalgar Square end, bowls, and that looks a little bit wide, but she's got away with that one. So it must have just moved after it had passed the batter.
I'm excited to see Abby Glenn with the bat. I think she's been quite impressive.
She's batted well this season, yeah, and she's come in quite low down, but made some good runs lower down the order. However, she's in for a bowling at the moment, and they'll be wanting her to pull it back round with that slightly slinging action. And that's the end of Abby Glenn's first over, and the score moves on to 27 for 1.
A good start, would you say, by the Diamonds so far?
Yeah, I think it's evenly balanced at the moment. I mean, obviously it was a great start with the wicket in the first over. They would be very happy with that. And then the maiden. Since then, Sparks is starting to get into it. And although they're only 27, then they're, in a 50-over game, you'd be reasonably happy. So I don't think any one team would think they're massively on top yet. But another wicket could change it, or another over with two boundaries in would make a difference, as that's angled down, and the outfield is like lightning, and Chloe Broad picks up a 4 there just by literally using the pace of the ball off Catherine Slater's left arm over and just running it down through third man.
I think Slater's found her feet this year, and I thought she was really impressive in the Charlotte Edwards Cup with her left arm pace.
Yes, she's come back in strongly and had a very good Charlotte Edwards Cup. The key thing is that she tries to keep the ball on the stumps, and it's a really simple thing. Any youngsters listening, just keep the stumps in play. Don't let the batsmen have too much width. If they have width, they've got room to swing their bat. But if you keep it on the stumps, then most batters would really struggle with that. It's just drifting down leg side. That'll be a leg by, I think.
And it is well caught.
No, that one wasn't difficult though, really, was it? That was fairly obvious that was the one there. Slater in again. And just, you could see Abby Freeborn just backing off a little to give herself a bit of space. She wasn't in any great danger, but there's a danger of doing that, because if she can get one to come back in, which is usually the left armer's key weapon, then that could be trouble for Freeborn. She's got to make sure she keeps over the ball. And she defends that one well.
I don't think she'd want to make the same risk she did
No.
previous delivery.
And Slater turns and comes in again. Left arm over the wicket. And Abby Freeborn is moving a long way outside her off stump to try and help that one down. She seems to be enjoying the sort of variety of shots that she's obviously picking up this year, with paddles, with ramps.
Perhaps just not timing that one correctly.
Yeah, and
Not the appropriate shot.
well, that's the key message, I think, is you've got 50 overs. Just keep it fairly risk averse at this moment in time, and every time you go to play a slightly funky shot, there's a risk to it. So is that necessary at this stage? We've just finished 8 overs. There's another 42 overs to go, and I'm not sure that you necessarily need to be playing some of the more funky shots that are coming out in the game now.
No, especially with Freeborn being one of the key batters for Sparks as well. They won't want to see that on the bench.
So end of the 8th over, it's 33 for 1. And Slater has bowled 3 overs for 13 runs. So that's not bad for the opening Diamonds bowler.
No, not at all.
As Abby Glenn comes in to try and get a radar right this time, and it's played out to Erin Burns at short mid-wicket for no run. We've got a smattering of a crowd here. They're all spread out, so you can't quite see how many there are, but there's a few in every single stand on the ground, as that's worked round a little bit squarer this time, and Erin Burns runs round to her right to pick it up, and it's a single there from Chloe Brewer.
We'll see them all shift throughout the day in attempt to get into that shade as the sun moves.
Is that right? In England I always think they move to go into the sun rather than the shade.
Well, it depends what kind of person you are.
Abby Glenn seems to have got that radar a little bit better at the start of this second over.
Yeah, I think she's bowling a bit more accurately into the pads. It's definitely putting the batter under pressure here, which is, I think, the right thing.
Yeah, you need to keep the pressure on, and the easiest way would be to take wickets. And there was a swing there. Did she signal no ball, or was she just... Sometimes the umpires have this strange thing of pointing at the other umpire, I think, when there's 2 balls left, and I often misread it for a no ball, but I think that's what the umpire was doing there, just checking 2 balls left in the over, as that one's on the money again and played back to the bowler. This is a much better over from Abby Glenn.
She's definitely given the Sparks batters a bit of run for their money here, I think. They're just looking a bit unsettled now.
Yeah, I said at the start of the game, you know, the key message for me when you move from 20 overs to 50 overs is patience. It's not a word that's used very often in today's society, because we're a very... I want it now, yes. I can get it now, what's the answer to this question, I've got the answer now. You know, I guess I'm lucky in that respect, because I grew up in an age where we weren't quite so hands-on. We certainly didn't have mobile phones when I was growing up as a youngster. I had to go to the library to read books, so it wasn't quite so instant in those days. But that's the key message for me when you're moving 20 to 50 is you have got a lot more time, but at the same time you don't want to stagnate. You don't want to sort of bore the opposition, if that makes sense.
It's almost trying to find that balance.
It really is. Slater's coming in now for her 5th over.
Oh dear.
Little bit of an erratic throw there from Erin Burns, and although it was backed up by Holly Armitage, she couldn't stop it diving to her right, and so they come back for an overthrow, so they get the 2 runs off that ball rather than just the 1.
Still a mistake, that.
Well, it's something that, you know, sometimes the game gets the better of you and you take a shot at the stumps when it's not really necessary, and that's what happened there, as that's another off the legs, round to fine leg, and James Middlebrook practising his balance on his one leg again and tapping his leg to signal the leg bye. The Middlebrooks have had a good history with women's cricket. His dad used to help coach the Yorkshire women's team back in the day. Yeah, she's just getting her line wrong there, just slightly on leg stump, which is, for two right-handers, just means you help it round the corner.
Yeah.
So leg byes are winning this game at the moment. Slater in once again. And that's firmly punched through the offside for a lovely four from Chloe Brewer. And Chloe Brewer is starting to look very dangerous now. She's got this ability to just explode and suddenly you see boundaries coming. She's a nice, tall, upright batter and she plays that one well. Off the back foot, punched it through the offside for 4 runs.
Lovely sound off that bat.
And that's driven down the ground, and there's another for Chloe Brewer. And once she gets motoring, she's quite something to watch.
Almost taking advantage here of Slater's slightly wayward bowling here right now.
Yeah, she just overpitched that one, which meant that she could drive her back down the ground. And let's see how she responds now as Slater comes into bowl. Slightly outside, just a little bit short, so that Chloe can rock back onto her back foot and punch it through the offside. But this time she hit it straight to the field, and that's the end of the 10th over. So at the end of 10 overs, Central Sparks are 46 for 1.
It feels like evenly balanced, I'd say, apart from that really early wicket from Erin Burns. Both teams didn't really necessarily win that first power play.
Yeah, if I was the batting team now, I'd be content. That's great. We've got 2 set batters, and we'll see in the next 10 overs. And often you take it in 10 over slots. If we can do that again for the next 10 overs and then not lose a wicket, then we're really in the driving seat. So Diamonds will be looking. They'll need to pick up at least 1, if not 2 wickets in the next 10 overs.
Glenn back in with the ball. Beats Emma Marlowe. Just the one. Straight back at Abby Glenn there from Chloe Brewer.
Just looking around the grounds then, Sunrisers are 47 for no wicket after 8.3, Blaze 55 for 1 after 8.5, and Storm 30 for 1 off 8.5. So they're all very much of a muchness at the moment around the grounds. So I think that was a play and a miss. And Heath is behind the stumps for this game, with Lauren Winfield Hill out at mid-off. Often they switch places, and Lauren's behind the stumps and Bess is riding a boundary somewhere. She's a very good fielder.
Yeah, it definitely helps having a wicketkeeper in the field when they're not behind the stumps, for sure. I think both of them are just opposite ends of their career. Lauren, she's seen it all with England. I think she's had an established career. and Bess is just starting out in that regard with England, and she's done really well this year, I believe, to earn that England call at the back end of last year.
Firmly driven but fielded by Captain Fantastic Holly Armitage, and that concludes the 11th over, and Glenn bowling a much tighter over that time round.
Bit of change in the field. Wow. Katie Levick on for the Diamonds.
Katie Levick, probably the most experienced spin bowler in the women's competition, has picked up probably the most wickets of anybody, and she offers quite a good option for the Diamonds. After Erin Burns with her off spin, then Levick comes on with her leg spin, and because we're outside the power play now, then we can give her a little bit of cover in the field. We've got a long on, we've got a deep cover, we've got a deep square leg, and I think that's it. We can't quite see all the ground from inside the commentary box, and that's played out to the covers, and that's really well fielded for a single.
Just a very consistent operator is Katie Levick. You know what you're going to get. You're going to get wickets cheaply, and she's just great at sort of drawing out those overs and making it almost a very slow and painful process for the bowler.
There's an appeal there, which is turned down by the umpire.
I think just going down leg there, really.
One turned.
Oof.
Well fielded there, half stopped and backed up by teammates, so that's just a single when it's punched firmly out through the point area.
Took a bit of a smack from the ground there.
Yeah, it's never easy around the footholes. Oh, that was a beautiful ball from Katie Levick. Drew the player into coming forward, and then it just moves away from the bat. You know, that's the sort of ball that you can only dream about for the majority of us, and yet that's second nature for Katie Levick. So she concludes her first over and just the 2 runs off it. And that's 50. 50 up for the Sparks, Central Sparks. As Mr. Armitage does yet another lap. He must do the most laps, the most steps of anybody in cricket. Holly Armitage's dad, as he walks around the outfield. Driven out to the fairly deep boundary on the offside, but it's well fielded, good throw, and there's just a single from it. We've got a deep, fine third man, fine leg and cover at the moment for Abby Glenn. She comes in from the Trafalgar Square Actually, that's not Abby Glenn. They've changed the bowling. Fraser.
I'm squinting and I can't see, unfortunately.
Edge down through third man. So that'll just be a single.
Just snuck past today, Collis there.
And it is Glenn. She's getting more and more upright with her arm.
Four overs on the bounce, is that for Abby Glenn?
Yep. Slater ball 5, Burns 3, and Katie Levick just the 1. Can hear the seagulls overhead. You can tell you're at the seaside. Did you have an ice cream or fish and chips?
Not yet, not yet. It's on the bucket list today.
Punched out to short cover, fielded, and that's the end of the over, and the score moves on to 53 at the end of the 13th over.
Abby Glenn, she just seems to come on and bowl a better over each time. I think before they were kind of looking to get at her and being a bit wayward, but I think now she's straightening up and she's getting what she wants from the ball. It's hard for Freeborn and Brewer to sort of replicate what they were doing to Slater, for example.
Yeah, and Katie Levick is coming back on, or continuing from the P-Zone Park end. Field is set, and Diamonds really do need to think about taking a wicket now. Oh, and as I say that, she gets a very lucky inside edge which runs down to fine leg, and they come through for the single. I'm not sure Abby Freeborn knew much about that one. I think Katie Levick must have bowled the googly. She was playing for the leg spin, and that just missed the stumps. That's the leg spin which Chloe Brewer has just rocked back and played it firmly off the back foot down through third man for 4.
We're just not chasing that today with this
Yeah.
kind of outfield.
Yeah, and as I said earlier, Chloe Brewer is starting to look very dangerous, and they'll be really keen to try and bowl a ball that she makes a mistake to. So Katie Levick, the most experienced player in the team, is the person with the ball, pushed out into the offside, and they come through for a quick single. I wonder what's going through Abby Freeborn's mind now as she totally misread the first ball she faced.
Just the run. A safe shot considering what Katie Levick's capable of, as we saw earlier in this over.
That's out. I'd give you that one from the commentary box, with a great big swing across the line from Chloe Brewer, and Katie Levick just rolls her fingers over the ball, and that was straight on the stumps. You'll see from this replay, I don't think that was a difficult decision for anybody. It's one of those that instantly you see it, yeah, that's out. And that's a good wicket for the Diamonds, who will be glad to see the back of Chloe Brewer, who batted really well for her 37.
I think she's done what she needed to do at the top.
Yeah, she has. I mean, 37 off 44 balls, so it's not lightning fast, but she's set a base there that the others can play from now. But certainly the Diamonds will be very happy that they've got that one, and she's replaced by Davina Perrin, who's been scoring lots of runs at the moment. But in the T20, I've watched her in 3 games, and she's quite a free-flowing batter, but she does give chances early on. So as long as the fielders are ready for it, then there should be that opportunity to now turn the screw and start to knock through the batting order.
She's just one of those players that wants to get firing straight away, and while that's all great, with the 50 over, like you say, you've just got to be patient, you've just got to take your time with it.
Yeah.
Which will be a real challenge today for Perrin.
Yes, it will. I mean, she's an England under-19 player. She played in the development squad for England as well against New Zealand. She's certainly got lots and lots of potential. It will be interesting to see how she goes about a 50 over game, because I've seen her mainly play T20 at the moment. And she's up against one of the most experienced bowlers. Levitt comes in and she's played it down, and they half think about a run, and it's misfielded, and now they do come through for the one.
I think there's just miscommunication everywhere there.
Well, it's always difficult when you see a fielder tumble, because if they've got the ball, then you can be misled into thinking there's a single, and there isn't, because if she'd picked that ball up, they'd be discussing in the middle which one of them is going to be out, because she could have thrown to either end. But as it was, there was a misfield and they came through for the single, and now it's 61 for 2 at the end of the 14th over.
Sun's coming across really nicely. I've had to say that it's gone in, but Phoebe Turner now.
So Glenn finishes first 4 overs for 14 runs, which seemed to be quite expensive, but when you look at it, you're now thinking, oh, that's not very many then, that's okay, 3.5 per over.
No, and she just got better with each over she bowled as well.
It's a little bit wayward, that first ball, and that can often happen. There's a slight slant slope on the field, and sometimes that can just, as the bowler, just carry you away a little bit, and I think that's what happened there. And if you haven't played here before, it takes you a couple of balls to get your range corrected. So as Phoebe Turner comes in, she'll be trying to get that one a little bit closer, and it was only a fraction closer. You can see that she's just moving it slightly in each time. The first one was wide, the next one was on the line, I would say.
Yeah, I think she's just trying to find out, I guess, the limit right now. As you say, if she's not played here before, it takes some time to get used to. So she'll just be experimenting, really, with this first over.
Ooh, that was half a chance there. I think she played with quite firm hands there, and that's a skill she'll need to develop in as she goes through. You'll see in this replay, she pushes her hands quite firmly at it, and it very nearly went straight back to the bowler.
It's a very harsh movement.
Yeah, and I think that's what T20 does. I think you're playing everything quite hard, and that's nicely played off her toes for a single out to square leg. It's covered there, so there's just the one. I think the best thing that Perrin could do at this stage is just keep rotating the strike and having a look at how to play this game, how to play this different variation of the game.
Yeah, I mean, you've got one of Spark's best batters on the other end. It's easy to observe for Davina Perrin there.
Yeah, and if Freeborn's got anything about it, she'll be saying, just take your time, don't panic, we've got plenty of time to go.
it's a big adjustment because obviously the switch from the Charlotte Edwards Cup to the Rachael Heyhoe Flint, it's very sharp. So you've got to kind of break out of that mindset, and whoever breaks first.
Squeezed that, yeah, squeezed it out. Squeezed it out to point.
It's whoever adapts the most that gets the returns.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see much difference personally as a T20 or a 50. You know, in T20 and 50 over, look to rotate the strike. You don't need to go for big shots. That's probably the difference. And Abby Freeborn again stepping way outside off stump, and I think Phoebe Turner followed her there. But if Freeborn had stayed where she was in her stance, then that would have been a wide. But because she moved out to cover it, then Phoebe Turner certainly got away with that. You can see that it was well within. And Freeborn is still looking for this funky paddle, or, you know, just play it straight. Just
Exactly.
keep playing, Abby. You've still got plenty of overs left. 63 is the total after 15 overs.
I think she's just starting to feel the heat a bit. But like you say, she's got another 35 overs to play with, if that. So Katie Levitt returns. Stopped by Catherine Fraser there. Very quick whip back to the keeper. Katie Levitt back at it. Very quick.
Yeah, that's a ploy of spin bowlers in the middle overs, is to get through your overs quickly so that the opposition don't realise that you're eating up the overs. The more time you take, the more likely they are to go, oh, hang about, we're falling behind the targets we've set ourselves, and they'll put their foot on the accelerator. But the quicker you can get through your over, then the better it is.
She's getting a real great amount of turn, isn't she? Katie Levitt today.
Yeah, she's got good control. You don't see many loose balls, and that is a loose ball, but she's got away with it because the field has been set well, and it was just helped round the corner to the fielder. Katie will know that she got away with that one, so she'll be looking to make a better return for this ball, and this time she drops a little bit short, but again just a single. And these overs, as you say, are going through quite quickly, but there's not, if you can stop boundaries, then all of a sudden you're getting further in away from the opposition. Oh, great ball. It's a Jaffa, as they say, as she bowls that one, and again pulls the batter to play forward, and it just misses the edge of the bat. And that's just the 2 off the over.
Phoebe Turner returning, is that?
Yeah, I think so.
I think she tested the limit, like I say, in her first over, and will look to.
She keeps getting that inside edge. She's not quite middling that, and
No.
even though she's been out there for, she's faced 44 balls, she still doesn't look comfortable out there.
No, I think it's hard when you look at what Chloe Brewer doing. You want to get in a bit of that action, but I think you've got to recognise your own game, and if you're better at rotating the strike, hitting them through the middle, then so be it. I think these sort of mishit balls and poor choice of shot, it is costing her. She probably would have got more had she not tried and risk it.
That's a nice shot through the covers. Fielder out there who picks it up and good fielding to restrict for just a single there. That was Leah Dobson out there. Great arm, good fielder. The last 5 overs, Diamonds have really tightened up this game. Oh, and yet again that inside edge. So Diamonds bowlers, whilst they'll be frustrated, they'll also be encouraged because they know that the batters are not quite middle the ball yet, and they're still finding the edges.
No, exactly. In turn, they're frustrating the batters.
Correct.
Nothing on offer there from Phoebe Turner. Just hit straight back at her.
In the last 5 overs, Sparks have only gone at 19 for 1.
Seem quite deflated now.
Yeah. It doesn't look easy batting at the moment. Chloe Brewer made it look quite easy, but even
was sort
she
of gifted a bit by Slater.
Oh, and there's the ball's up in the air. There's a chance.
Oh wow!
And it's taken. Great catch there. Great catch. Diving forward, fine leg. Thought she misjudged it to start with, but she certainly did put her hands under the ball and take it. And that's Abby Freeborn gone for 19 runs off the 46 balls.
Catherine Fraser's really good at doing that in the deep. She puts her hands out and just catches them. She never drops them. And I think that's Abby Freeborn. She'll be really disappointed. I think that was just sort of the boiling point.
Yeah,
really,
she
wasn't
just didn't look comfortable, did she? She didn't look like she was. There are times when batters look like they're enjoying it and times when they don't, but she looked like she was having a real struggle. She was like trying. No, I'm not doubting her efforts at all, but she just didn't get to middle much of the ball at all, and she'll be frustrated that she's not contributed a little bit more, having been out there for that length of time.
Courtney Webb coming over from Australia for the Sparks.
Yep. 1 Aussie on each team. And Courtney Webb's a good contributor as well, so this will definitely be... You've got the youngster, the pretender, and you've got the real deal in now, so it'll be interesting to see how they develop the partnership. I think partnerships in cricket are absolutely key. It's no good one player getting big runs but wickets falling at the other end all the time, so it'll be really important that these two stay together for a little bit of time now. A little bit risky there from Davina Perrin. She got an outside edge, but the ball runs down very quickly, and the boundary seems quite far in there, so that's 4 runs for Davina Perrin, and she won't care how she scores them.
No.
She'll just be looking at the total.
Good running between the wickets there as well. 2 really quick players, I've noticed, getting back and forth. They'll rotate the strike really well here.
She's played it down again into that area. It's not quite so powerful this time, and it'll only be the 2 because it'll be picked up and retrieved. And interestingly, you're almost thinking Katie's going to bowl the googly in a minute then. If she's sort of been putting her down through that area, she'll be trying to get one between bat and pad.
Stumps are quite exposed there.
Toss that one up a little bit more.
The thing with Katie Levick, she's just so unpredictable. You never know what she's going to do. You've got to be alert when you face her.
Well fielded there. She let that one go. and there was an ooh from the fielders. So it was either very well judged or very lucky. Either way, she's still there, and Katie Levick's still bowling.
Bit of a change there in the field.
Ended the over 76 for 3. And I think that's 18 overs gone.
Davina Perrin, I think she's now starting to control this partnership a bit more with a wicket of Freeborn there. I think she knows now that they need to start cracking on, because the Diamonds, with the pace that they're bowling at, with what they're bowling, it's quite dangerous. So they need to make sure that they're getting the little runs here and there. I think Perrin, like I say, recognises that she's on it now. Courtney Webb at the other end will feel that sense of urgency as well.
Yeah, there's still 32 overs, so whilst it's important to keep the run rate going, if they lose wickets now, they're really going to struggle. And the score predictor is saying 220 at the moment, so that would probably be quite a low score for
Harsh
Rachel.
on Sparks.
But probably realistic. You know, they've lost 3 wickets.
This will be really important, this Perrin-Webb partnership, if they can get it going. Otherwise, it's very hard to see past this being a quite heavily Diamonds afflicted fair.
Yeah, you can never sort of judge a game till both sides have battered, but at the moment the Sparks are making heavy weather of moving this score along. Perrin's trying her hardest, and she certainly won't be hanging around. She'll be looking to put the score on the board and move on from there.
I think as well though, they've still got Katie George and Bethan Ellis to come, who in the last game were quite important for Sparks, putting in those kind of last minute runs. They'll feel a little partnership there, so they've still got batting options. Phoebe Turner comes in here, but they've got to stay out in the middle.
Yeah. Yeah, in the last 7 balls there's only been one single taken, you know, and that's the pressure that's being put on. And whilst they're trying to, you can see they're trying to score, the bowling is tight and the fielding is good. And that's a good combination for the fielding team to keep the runs down.
Phoebe Turner's given them no room here at all, and they're quite trapped within their own stumps. I think that's really important. Diamonds here. Just can't find that space in the field.
And that's a maiden from Phoebe Turner at this stage, which is very good for the Diamonds.
Hi.
Just been reprimanded by Mr. Armitage, saying I've been talking about him. It was all positive, Mr. Armitage. It was about the number of steps you do during a game.
As he completes another lap.
Yes.
Commendable.
Katie Levick continues from the Pizon Park end. 76 for 3 is the score of 19 overs. Little bit of space there for Courtney Webb to rock onto her back foot and just place it out through the leg side. Now this will be the moment, the testing moment for Davina Perrin, because I think once she feels that she is bogged down, she'll try and go over mid-wicket, which is not always an easy thing to do against a leg spin bowler. But good patience there. He defends it.
I think she's judging it really well. We know Davina Perrin is quite a disruptive T20 batter, but here I think she is playing with a cool head.
That one's missing leg stump. I didn't give that one from the commentary box. We're not quite in line, but we're we're just at mid-off, long off. So we've got quite a good view of the line of the ball.
They're happy to play the waiting game here. They're happy just to block and get through the overs.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? They don't appear to be taking any risks at the moment. Whether they're happy about that, I'm not sure. But they don't look as if they're taking any almighty risk at any stage at the moment. But that's the 20th over completed, and Central Sparks are 79 for 3.
And you can just see the run rate deep here. I think that will be playing on them. You'd probably say Diamonds came out the better of that. 10. Run rate just under 4.
As Phoebe Turner continues from the Trafalgar Square end. That's a lovely shot, and misfielded there at point. They've gone for 1 and they're coming back for 2. There'll be a little frustration there from the fielder. Nobody likes to misfield, but she'll be relieved that they didn't go for 4 and that they only got 2.
Just slipped through the fingers there.
And before this over, Phoebe Turner bowled 3 overs, 1 for 6. You know, you just think, wow, that's pretty good going.
A maiden in there as well.
Yeah. Lots of respect going on at the moment from the batters to the bowlers. I think they're realising that they can't afford to give another wicket away at this stage, so they're not prepared to bat with intent, as the saying goes. You know, they're very much waiting for a bad ball, which at the moment we're not seeing many, although that one there was wide outside off stump and it got its just reward. In other words, it was cleared through the offside boundary for 4 runs, and a lovely shot there by Courtney Webb. And
I think that one's on you, Jane.
well, that's the patience that you need, and that what the batters are doing, they're not playing with intent, but they're waiting for the bad ball, and the bad ball came and it was punished, and that was really good cricket from Courtney Webb.
It's little stuff like that, I think, that gives them that little bit more belief that they can do that. I think then they start looking at the good balls and trying to see how they can get that for runs as well.
Oh. And the reason we're going oof is that was a outside off stump, which Courtney Webb took a flush shot, got a top edge, and it went past Bess Heath no slip in place, and it ran down for 4 runs.
They're almost being rewarded for their patience here. Absolutely. Ooh.
Deciding whether they go for the 2, but called it quits at 1, and that brings up the end of the 21st over, and we're on 90 for 3.
That'll have been a really big over for Sparks there, I think. Looks like Katie Levick's coming back on.
Yeah, that over went for 10 runs.
Yeah. Sort of undid the good work of Phoebe Turner's last 3 overs.
Yes, although she's only bowled 4 overs for 16, so for 17. So yes, it did, but it's not disastrous, is it? When
in the grand scheme of things,
yes.
Yeah.
Bess Heath comes round quickly from the wicket-keeper position to save a single there. There's always a single round to square leg if the 2 batters run quickly, but Bess Heath was the quickest off the mark there as Levick comes in again, and it's played down through that short third man, but this time the fielder's set there and it's sent back to the bowler, and there's still no run there. Field is being altered all the time. We've got long off and long on. Can always spot Lauren Winfield Hill with her shoes out there on the field.
Cricket needs more colourful shoes.
Good running it between the wickets. They come back for 2 as the fielder stops it but stumbles at the same time, and so they had the chance there to turn around and come back for 2 runs.
They're slowly building something here, and it's going unrecognised as of now. Just simply by running, not playing anything ridiculous. Just taking their time with it, and I think that's really important. Not just the Sparks in their innings at the moment, but just in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy in general.
Yeah, because there's 2 different groups at the moment in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. There's a group who have got in their late teens, and then there's a group in the single figures, so of which Sparks are one of those. Diamonds are in their group of, they've got 17 points on, and same as South East Stars.
There's a massive gulf between the top 4 and the rest.
Yeah, although I think it's only the difference between 1 win or 2 wins type thing, you know, that if you can pick up 2 wins, you're back in it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it appears that there's a big gulf at the moment, but it can be misleading, and I think every game is crucial, every game matters. Hopefully we won't get any games washed out at this stage of the season. Well bowled and fielded there by Phoebe Turner. The first ball was played and missed, the second ball was driven back straight to the bowler.
Because she's not offering them any room, that they're just driving it back to her, which I think is what is making her bowling so effective at the moment, Phoebe Turner.
Nice. Another good piece of fielding there from the Diamonds. Holly Armitage diving to her right. Lauren Winfield Hill was about to set off behind her, thinking it might get past her, but Captain Armitage, safe pair of hands in that short cover position. Well, they're either batting very well to the field or Holly Armitage just set a really good field here, because each ball so far has gone directly to a fielder.
They just can't find the gaps. They've not really been able to hit Phoebe Turner for any runs because she's just bowling it so fine.
And even that one that goes out to the deep cover goes straight to a fielder, so it's just a single run.
Just the run there. Bessie knocks it. Book gathers to round off that over. 96 for 3 after 23. Rachael Slater coming back on for the Diamonds after her first stint. For the first power play. Slater back on. Couldn't get that away there. Courtney Webb.
Just looking around the grounds, and Sunrisers and Lancashire have only bowled 9 overs.
Oh.
Seems a bit strange, unless there's some rain or something going on there.
I believe we're at the only northern game today. Everyone else is down south. Don't know what's going on with the weather down there, but we've got lovely weather here.
Yeah, gorgeous sunshine streaming in through the commentary box. Sometimes a little bit sort of squinty-eyed stuff going on. Catherine Slater just pushes that one across, and that's wide signalled by the umpire Middlebrook. We've got 12ths running around the field, giving bowlers drinks on the outfield. You know, it's one of those days that you think it's a great day for cricket. So that's worked round onto the onside to Leah Dobson out on the deep onside boundary for a single.
You could hear the sighs from the 12th having to run halfway around the pitch
Yeah.
to give Phoebe Turner in the
Yeah, it's hard work. It's probably harder work to be a 12th than it is on the field if you do it properly. As Sparks move towards that 3 figures, they're 98 for 3 in the 23rd over. That's another 1 to the total. Very nearly halfway through the overs. I think if Diamonds can get these 2 batters out, then they would be very happy, as the 100 comes up in the 4th over.
They're just being patient. They're playing the game like it should be played in the 50 overs. Not really going for anything risky. Simple block there.
No, but the coaches will be looking at dot ball percentage.
Yes.
And Davina Perrin is on 18 of 36 balls, you know, and you just think...
But what you don't want another repeat is of Abby Freeborn's innings.
No, absolutely.
So
And
it's trying to find that balance, which is quite
that's
difficult.
that balance between rotating the strike. Just rotate the strike. Because if you rotate the strike, then there's no dot balls, you know. Just knock a single. Let the other person have they knock a single. Because the difference is when you're doing that, then you're a slightly different style of batter, and that can upset the bowler's line and length, because they know that you like the ball outside off stump, the other batter likes to drive it, you know, etc., etc. So the bowler's having to think all the time when the batters are changing ends. But when you're just there, just dead batting it, then it becomes quite hard for the batters to get rid of dot ball percentage, as Erin Burns comes back on from the Trafalgar Square end. And they've moved from the experienced leg spinner to the experienced off spinner.
Yeah, Erin Burns, 6 international caps for Australia.
And even that one where they do help it round, there's a fielder that is going straight to.
They just can't find the gaps. Of which I'd say there are plenty.
That's a good shot. Moved her feet, but again, that'll be frustrating for the batters, because that's fielded really well and there's only one run from that super hit. As Davina Perrin retakes her guard, it looks like she's taking off stump. And that's a little bit wide, and it's played out into the same area. Slight fumbles, but there's still only one run in it. And at this stage, Diamonds will be happy if they can prevent any boundaries. If you can keep the boundaries down, then it's really going to be a struggle.
They'll be richly enjoying these dot balls for the Diamonds. I think when you look at Sparks halfway through their innings and they've only got 103, only for 3 wickets, but when you consider the dot balls and the run rate that they're going at.
That was well played. Esther Callis chases that, picks it up and gets the ball back in. So 2 runs there, nicely guided down by Davina Perrin down to 3rd man. And that's halfway through the overs, and they take a break for a drink, I believe. Although 12ths look like they might be sleeping. Everybody's looking towards the dressing room. So what do you think is going on in both teams' camps at the moment?
I think the Diamonds will just want to keep this up. They're not bowling terrifically bad balls. When they are giving Sparks half a chance, it's going straight to a fielder. They've just got to keep up that pressure. In terms of Sparks, they've just got to make something out of nothing at this point. Halfway through, and they've just only amassed 105 runs. It's just not going to be enough for them. But then, like you say, we won't be able to assess it properly until we see just how the Diamonds bat. I can't imagine they'll struggle too much with Holly Armitage and Lauren Winfield-Hill at top. Abigail and Erin Burns. I could go on.
Yeah, it depends who they, what their batting order is, but they've certainly got some depth in batting, have the Diamonds. And I think that's why, for me, they'll probably be talking about, right, we need to get these 2, once we get past these 2 batters, then we're starting to get down into the less experienced batters.
Yeah.
And that's where you can really start to turn the screw. But at the moment, on this glorious sunny day at North Marine Road, Scarborough, we're having a gorgeous game of cricket. It's very nice. The tea room's open. I can see people wandering over there and getting their cups of tea, and it possibly might be an ice cream day as well, because it's really quite nice in the sunshine.
Perfect day for cricket.
Yeah, Davina Perrin has faced 38 balls for her 21, and Courtney Webb has faced 19 for her 19. So very much 100% strike rate by Courtney Webb, but definitely not 55% strike rate by Davina Perrin. So that's quite a difference in their strike rate. The run rate at the moment is 4.2. There's 25 overs left, and they're probably looking at this stage at around 240 at best.
I think that'd be a fair assessment. They've just really not found the runs that they need on this pitch. I think we've spoken about Davina Perrin. I think she was really impressive for the England under-19. She's obviously got that ability to hit hard, but with it being longer format, she's trying to conserve. But I don't know if she's finding that balance just yet. I think now they need something big, and whether that's they lose a wicket and Katie George comes in scoring 126 runs this tournament so far, or Bethan Ellis with 109. And Bethan Ellis has struck at 8.74, so I'd say probably at this moment in time the right option for this period of the game.
Well, it looks like drinks have been taken. There seems some debate going on somewhere. Not quite sure what the debate is. Lauren Whitfield-Hill's walking away with the ball, and
Don't think we'll see
Slater is asking for the ball. I think that's a good move, Catherine. Don't let Lauren bowl. And we're ready to reconvene for the second half of the innings. So 25 overs gone, 105 for 3, as we restart with Catherine Slater continuing from the P-Zone Park end, and that's played out into the onside for no run.
Just a good ball there from Rachael Slater. That one's whacked into the offside. Had to get a bit of a run on there.
Yeah, Leah Dobson's got a good arm, so you've got to make sure that she's not ready to throw when you go for that too. As it was, she had to pick it up moving to her left and then move round to be able to throw to her right. So it just took a little bit extra time, and they therefore could come back safely for 2 runs. A little bit harder and firmer and played straight to the fielder, so there's definitely not 2 runs there, but a very easy single.
No faff from Leah Dobson. Just sorting that field out. over there.
I don't think that was a catch, but it was very well fielded, well stopped.
Yeah. Just not being able to find those gaps through the fielders. Similar result. Rolls back to Stair Callis.
Some debate between captain and bowler about fielding positions. We're moving backwards square onto the boundary, fine leg onto the boundary. Whether that means she's going to attempt to bounce her or not, we don't know. But no, it's full and it's outside off, and I don't think it made much difference where that fielder was, but well picked up on the cover boundary
Emma Marlowe.
by Emma Marlowe. She's very good at covering the space along that offside boundary.
She's been there all day and just stopped those twos and those ones going into fours. I think she's done a really good job.
So end of the 26th over, 110 is the score.
Just free off that over from Rachael Slater, so again, Diamond's playing that more restrictive kind of role. Webb and Perrin just not finding the gap, and when they do, I mean, you've got Emma Marlowe in the deep.
Yeah, Emma Marlowe on one side, Leah Dobson on the other, and they seem to be able to cover most of the outfield as Erin Burns comes in. Tosses it up and it's driven firmly down the ground. She almost thought she could stop that on the return, but it went past her a little bit quicker than she was expecting from her Australian counterpart, Courtney Webb. Davina Perrin putting a little bit of bottom hand into that. It certainly wasn't struck through the ball. It was very much bottom hand coming through it, and she's got to be careful of that, because that's when she goes with firm hands and she'll be putting up a catch if she's not careful.
I think it's slightly getting to them now, that dot ball pressure that everyone talks about.
Yeah, needs to keep sideways a bit longer, Davina Perrin. That's a better shot. To Lauren Winfield Hill down on the long on boundary, who fields it, and she takes a single. As an off spinner, you won't be unhappy with that. The minute you see the ball starting to be struck in the air, you start to think about, right, where have I got my fielders in the right place, and is there a catch coming?
Oof.
Whereas that one from Courtney Webb plays it on the floor, and Erin Burns half stops it, but she still comes through for the single. And hopefully Davina Perrin is looking at the way Courtney Webb is playing this and thinking that she could emulate that as well. But instead she goes aerial. Oh, and it goes over the top of Lauren Winfield Hill's head, and that's the first six of the game. A good strike from Davina Perrin. I think her heart must have been in her mouth a little bit, because it looked like it was hanging there for a little while. From this distance it looked like it was going to the fielder, but then it just got those extra legs and just went a little bit further and over the boundary. So a good shot there by Davina Perrin, which takes the score on to 119 after 27 overs.
I think she freed herself up there, and like you say, emulated Courtney Webb. That is the Davina Perrin we know, and I think Sparks need that Davina Perrin right now. That said, it wasn't without risk.
Yeah, I think it's risk centred rather than risk averse if she starts doing that, because if you think she usually does that in a 20 over game, we've still got 23 overs left, so you've still got a whole 20 over game to come. So she could still just hang around a little bit longer, and then she could, you know, once you're within 15 overs with 7 wickets remaining, then you can really start accelerating. But the danger is if you accelerate now and get out, then we're struggling for the other batters to come in, get used to the wicket, because these guys have been out there some time now. That's a lovely shot from Courtney Webb, who rocks onto her back foot and just pumps it through the cover boundary for 4 runs.
Just keeping ticking it over now. I think that's what they've needed. That's, I guess, broken some of the chains off them a little bit there.
Catherine Slater in the middle of her 8th over. As they come round for 2 runs. Well run there. One thing these two can do is run very well, very quickly between the wickets, and if they can't hit the boundaries, then that's what they've got to start looking to do. They've got to start looking to pushing it into the gaps, taking the pace off the ball rather than hitting it too firmly at times, and making sure that they run as quickly as possible between the wickets.
Oh.
A misfield there at point, but backed up on the boundary, so there's still only a single. And that's what Diamonds are doing very well. Even if when there's a misfield, they're not completely paying for it because of the 2 excellent outfielders of Emma Marlowe and Leah Dobson.
And they're working for each other in the field, and that's typically what gets you the rewards. The luxury of limited runs.
Catherine Slater coming round the wicket to Davina Perrin, who it hits her leg and runs out for a leg by round to fine leg, and that's the end of the 28th over. The Sparks move on to 1-2-7. Catherine Slater's now bowled 8 overs. And she's got she's not got a wicket. She's bowled 1 maiden in 38 runs.
It's been a hot and cold kind of day for Rachael Slater. I think on the one hand she's bowling really well, but then you sort of start to target her.
There's a hit in the air. She's going to be lucky with that one. And there's the sort of thing that Davina Perrin doesn't want to do. The minute she starts playing like this, then the fielders are on their toes. She got away with that one. And she's still in to face the music. They're both on 31 at the moment, both Courtney Webb and Davina Perrin, as Erin Burns comes into bowl.
Burns with a wicket of Eve Jones early on. And I think she's had a pretty solid day. They look to try and go big on Erin Burns.
Attempt to dive out in the cover boundary by Leah Dobson, but that one ran through, beat her for pace. That was one of Courtney Webb's classic cover drives. She's played that 2 or 3 times today, and she just looks $1 million when she plays that shot, and she gets due reward for it as she moves on to 35 and is starting to look extremely dangerous. And then, as they say, good cricket, hit a boundary, take a single, get off strike. And that's the That's the type of thing that Davina Perrin should be trying to pick up now from a partner.
Yeah. Just splits the fielders there. Can't get to it.
The biggest partnership of the day, this one at the moment. That's 67 for this partnership. And they're still there going strong.
Quite the expensive over there from Erin Burns.
Yes, 10 runs off the over, 137.
And I think now they're starting to go, like you say, maybe a little bit too early. However, they're getting lucky with the fielding. I'd say Davina Perrin like almost a missed chance with Winfield Hill. But ever since, they've just really looked to hit Erin Burns off spin and have been richly rewarded. Katie Levitt back in the attack.
So the first ball is placed out to backward point for a single, and Davina Perrin on strike now, and she's just starting to accelerate, so we'll see now whether she thinks she can do that to the leg spin as opposed to the off spin. Sometimes it's easier with off spin because you're playing with the spin, whereas with leg spin you can often be playing against the spin. So we'll see what Katie Levitt can bring out of the bag with this one, as that one is on the spot where she really wants to put it.
But as you were saying earlier on in the piece, she's so experienced, Katie Levitt, coming up against an inexperienced Davina Perrin. It's quite shell-shocking for the young batter.
Yeah, although as a young batter you're just thinking, oh yeah, I can take this one. I can. You should really be playing the ball, not the bowler. So you should be looking at every ball on its merits and making sure that you keep watching it and that you play through from that what you see as she places that one out. Nice shot out to deep point for a single. And that was a good shot there from Davina Perrin. No risk, just rocks back and just hits it firmly out through the point area. Levitt does get through her overs very quickly.
Just going to say, I've had a little look and it can't believe it's almost over.
And that is over. And that's just the 2 off that over, so that was a better over for the Diamonds.
She just gets through those quick spells, doesn't really let the batter react. Phoebe Turner coming back on.
Yes, I think Erin Burns has been quite expensive in the last 2 overs, so Holly Armitage is like, right, let's bring back one of the bowlers, and she's chosen Phoebe Turner. Phoebe Turner has bowled 5 overs at the moment for 19, so he's going at under 4 and over, so that's probably why she's brought her back on to the attack, because she's quite economical at the moment, as that first ball gets played firmly to the fielder.
Just traps them in the crease, doesn't really give them any room to hit big.
It's a poor ball, but the fielder's covered that, so she gets away with that ball for just a single down to fine leg. And a super ball there from Phoebe Turner, and Davina Perrin is, Courtney Webb. No, which one's this one?
Webb, I believe.
Courtney Webb is bowled. That was a super ball from Phoebe Turner. It just came right through the gate and just looked like it took middle stump, off stump. Great ball. And it's always nice when you as a young bowler get out one of the experienced overseas players, because you know that that's a good wicket to get. And that was a great partnership broken there by Phoebe Turner. Perrin and Webb had put on 70 runs for that fourth wicket partnership. So a really good combination there of the two of them. And we talk about partnerships a lot. The first partnership only realised 2 runs. The second partnership, Brewer and Freeborn, 58. But then the next partnership, Freeborn and Perrin, was only 9 runs. So then that 70 by Perrin and Webb is a really key contribution to this 140 score at the moment for Central Sparks.
They've built the foundations, and I think with Katie George coming out, like I say, she's been a real standout for me in terms of batting. I think people recognise her as a left arm pacer from her England days, but I think she's really worked on her batting over the years. And like I say, 126 runs in this year's competition, doesn't mind hitting it, and I think that's what she's been sent in to do, really.
It's just wobbling a little bit outside and drifting away off the wicket. So Phoebe Turner's got the ability to just keep the seam upright and then just move it slightly away, so that the batters are just playing inside the ball as it passes the outside of the edge.
Played that for feet there.
Phoebe Turner turns to come in, bowls, and that's hit firmly through point, and I think that's going to beat all 3 fielders that are racing for it for 4 runs. So she'll be happy with that start as she gets off the mark with a boundary. So that takes Sparks on to 144, 5 runs off the over, but quite crucially for Diamonds, that wicket. So 4 for 144, 19 overs to go.
Like I say, Katie George will bring that to Sparks. Davina Perrin is starting to accelerate. I think if Katie George sort of takes on that role, Davina Perrin keeps on doing what she's doing, that fabulous running between the wickets, that score will just grow in no time. And like I say, they've also got Bethan Ellis coming up as well, who's been really great for them as sort of like a middle order power hitter. Catherine Fraser on.
Yeah, replacing the leg spinner with an off spinner, Catherine Fraser. Very successful for Scotland. Slightly different off spinner to Erin Burns, and that was worked round for a single. Davina Perrin is 38 off 56 balls, so still not going at the normal Davina Perrin strike rate, but she's still there and she's still got plenty of time to accelerate from there. Little bit uppish there from Katie George, and sometimes that's what T20 does. It makes you have to force the ball, but they've got to remember this is 50 overs, although you could argue now that there's only 19 overs left, so as far as Katie George is concerned, this is no difference, except she's opening the batting in a 20 over game. hit out to deep square and just a single run.
You can see what she's trying to do, but she's just not getting the power behind it. Catherine Fraser's off spin.
Runs that first one quick, Davina Perrin, but the fielder comes in just as quick, and what she thought might have been a 2 was just an easy single in the end. There was no way that that could have been 2 runs. This outfield is immaculate at Scarborough, and the ball is running very true. And jumped a little bit on her. And that's the end of the 32nd over, and it's 147.
A tidy first over from Catherine Fraser.
Yeah, just the 3 runs coming from that.
So it looks like Phoebe Turner's in for a 7th over of the day.
Yeah, and at the moment, Central Sparks have only had 4 overs that have been scored at over 8 runs, which when you start to think of big overs, then you'd be looking for a lot more than that as you go through the game.
Davina Perrin just trapped there. Phoebe Turner just gives nothing away to the batter.
So 3 balls, 3 dots. Pressure starts to build.
You can see what Davina Perrin's trying to do, but she's just not finding those gaps. Sending at least 2 to Stake Alice and 1 to Ollie Armitage. She just can't free herself up at the moment.
It's a little bit of bounce on it and that'll run away. I don't think there'll be anybody that could get close to that. That one was very much shorter and she just helped it on its way over third man, backward point area. Seagulls are quite noisy today. I don't know if you can hear them on the stream, but we can certainly hear them from the commentary box as Phoebe Turner comes in. Much better line and length there, and that's just helped round onto the offside for a single, and that concludes the 33rd over.
Whatever they're saying, I don't really think it helped Davina Perrin there.
6 off that over, so that was quite, for Phoebe Turner, that was quite an expensive over because she's been very economical throughout the day, and she has got bowled 7 overs for 2 wickets and 30 runs, so runs per over are 4.29.
First 3 deliveries were fine, she just couldn't get the ball anywhere, could Davina Perrin, but it was when she offered them a bit of width and a bit of room, that's when she started getting targeted. Catherine Fraser back on. Katie George is adamant going back for 2 there. Diamond's scrappy in the field, they're just allowing the Sparks to get back to 2.
Yeah, I think sometimes when you go for those run-outs, then it's not always easy, you know, and you see lots of people running in lots of directions trying to cover, and I think it was just a mistimed or misplaced initial throw, but there's going to be a lot more like that coming up as Sparks try to increase the run rate and Diamonds try to set fields that will cause a wicket to fall. Good ball there from Catherine Fraser, tempting Davina Perrin to try and drive it, but then realising the ball wasn't quite there as Catherine Fraser concludes a second over, and the score moves on to 156, so just the 3 runs off that over and we've completed 34.
I think you can see between the wickets, George and Perrin, I think they're pushing more for those runs. I think earlier, maybe 10 overs before, they tap it to a fielder in the ring and they're not going to chance it, but I think now they're sort of being very evaluative. I think they're now recognising the situation and just having to go for it when they can.
That's picked up well by Katie George. 1 bounce for 4 runs over deep mid-wicket. Just slightly over pitch there into the slot for George to just swing her arm through, and I'm sure George will be looking to bowl a slightly different length to the next ball.
You can hear the power on it. She's a very hard hitter, is Katie George. And that's just something she's worked on over time. Making herself is really the complete package for the Sparks. And again.
That was a misplaced throw back, and you could hear the fielders laughing at the captain there, but it went straight into Bess Heath's glove, so nothing is lost there. As Phoebe Turner turns once again. I'm not sure I should say Phoebe Turner turns, but
you're going to get yourself tongue-tied.
That's what she does. So as she comes in, and Katie George has just chipped that one up into the air, and it's 1 bounce to Lauren Winfield Hill. And the danger of going with those hard hands is that ability to just chip it a little bit too far into a fielder's hands, and she'll be aware of that.
And they're getting a bit desperate now. I think Katie George is sort of feeling the pressure of the situation now.
Field alters. Katie Levitt comes in from deep third, and mid-off moves out to long off. So just change the field slightly. There's a chance of a quick single here, and fortunately she's backed up well. If that throw had been more accurate, it would have been a very close thing, that, but it was a non-directed underarm flick from Holly Armitage, but had that been on the stumps, we might have been going for third umpire, even though we don't have a third umpire.
You've been calling him today, Jane.
Yeah. Well, I would call it, but I don't think anybody taken any notice of me. As that splits the field once again. There's been 3 fours now that have gone in the very same spot between point, gully and third man. So that's a good shot there as Davina Perrin moves on to 48. 48 of 64 balls. 65 balls, sorry. So it's not been the quickest 50, but it'll certainly be a valuable 50 if she gets there for Central Sparks. 9 off that over. 165 at the end of the 35th over. 15 overs left. So what do you think they'll be looking for as a total from here?
I think now that they've got Katie George in, who you can hear her, she just wants to hit it hard and hit it far. I would say maybe 250, 260, when we were looking at potentially 220 earlier on in the day. And obviously Davina Perrin is now accelerating as well, which I think would be a mega contribution for the Sparks. Just the one run. I say just, but these are quite key runs for them now. They need to get as many as they can from the little opportunities that they're given. Catherine Fraser. Perrin tapping it to Emma Marlowe in the deep for a run. So again, just rotating that strike and making sure that they're getting every last run out of these overs that they can, because I think they'll be very aware of the dot ball percentage that they had in the middle to early overs. Hit to the pads, nothing in it, missing, and we'll go down as the dot ball. Bessie wrapping behind the stumps, not letting that ball roll away with the quick nature of the outfield today, Scarborough. Ollie Armitage just running in there. Ball hits Stair Callis. Not finding the gaps in the ring so far. It's Kate George. Another one straight to the fielder. And that's the end of Catherine Fraser's over.
2 and over at this stage is not what the Central Sparks would want. So the fact that that was just 2 off that over, then that's great work from Catherine Fraser and the fielders, because backed up firmly by quite a few fielders there who managed to stop the ball that was hit quite firmly to them. Catherine Fraser is being extremely economical. She's bowled 3 overs now for just 8 runs, so she's only going at 2.6 an over.
But she's bowling them really quickly as well, which we were talking about Kate Levitt. The quicker you bowl them, they don't realise that they're wasting those balls. And I think that was a really important opening from Catherine Fraser. And
now with Levitt coming on from the Trafalgar Square end, we'd probably race through the next few overs quite quickly, I would think.
A good approach from Diamonds there.
And that's Davina Perrin's 50 as she plays it out to the cover boundary. So that's 50 for Davina Perrin off 68 balls. She's hit 4 4s and 1 6. And strike rate at the moment is 73.
Well deserved, I think. There were times in her innings where she could have easily been caught out, run out. But I think she stood tall for Sparks today.
Yeah, it's not the greatest innings, but it's a really valuable team innings, because she needs to be there and she needs to keep going, because they've only got 14 overs left, which might seem a reasonable amount, but and that's a bad misfield there out on the cover boundary, and that's gone through for 4 runs. You hate to see that, and you hate to be the fielder that's done that, where it's come straight to you and you've just let it go through your fingers. It's been remedied by Katie Levick, who follows that up with a dot ball.
And again, just looking to get through these overs so quickly.
Definitely runs away, because this ground is on a slight slope. That runs away, but that one's not made the boundary this time, so they've just got the 3 off that one.
Katie Levitt. Loopy delivery, just completely misread by Davina Perrin. Bessie catches it behind. She's gone for her 50 off of 68.
Yeah, very disappointing that, and here you see on the replay, great catch by Bess Heath, and it looked like Davina Perrin was just trying to defend it and
Very
just got
receptive ball.
outside edge, just steps towards it, outside edge, and just takes the outside edge, and it's caught easily by Bess Heath. And she'll be disappointed with that. She just got to her 50, probably just thought, right, now I can start going for it, and then gets out the next ball.
That was much needed for the Sparks. And in comes Bethan Ellis, talking about her earlier in the innings. I think she and Katie George were the last minute run scorers in the reverse fixture. They were really good at just making sure that the ball was missing those fielders, it was going for runs quick between the wickets, and I think, like I say, 109 runs at an 80 strike rate. I think this partnership will be the last real run scoring effort from the Sparks. Then you've just got to send all your tailenders in and hope for the best. But Bethan Ellis to the crease now.
Yeah, I mean, we used to call people tailenders. I'm not sure we have those anymore in cricket. You know, I think there's a situation whereby everybody's got to be able to bat these days, especially when you're playing white ball cricket. So, you know, red ball cricket, which the men get the most chance to play, then there's probably are a couple of tail enders, people who struggle to hold the bat. But I think in the women's game, then we've got majority of girls can hold a bat these days. It's just how long they can stay out there with it that's the key factor. As Katie Levitt brings up the 37th over as Central Sparks are 175 for 5, and that with that wicket that makes quite a big difference for the final total, because you've lost that player who's been there for quite a long time. Davina Perrin was there for
68 deliveries. It's quite a long time. She was there throughout middle period after Abby Freeborn's dismissal with Courtney Webb.
Yeah. And so, you know, that makes a big difference when suddenly you break that partnership. Katie George is going well, but then you've got the fielders working together like this, where she hits that one quite firmly, but goes straight to Holly Armitage, the captain. And this is where the pressure starts to build now, because you realise that you are starting to run out of overs. And they look for 2, but there's only 1 run there. Again, good fielding from the Diamonds. And that's an area of the game where the teams can really make a difference. That one just bounced a little bit. Catherine Fraser's bowling a really good spell here. She's got set a good field, and she's bowling to a field. So whenever they do hit it, it is going to a fielder, and that's restricting or keeping the pressure up and restricting the runs scored.
It's just good teamwork across the board. Yeah.
Oh, and yet another one that you just think that might catch the outside edge. I think Bess Heath thought that was taking the outside edge as well. I think she went, oh. And there we have it. Great bowling from Catherine Fraser, as Bethan Ellis takes a great big swing at that one and unfortunately makes no contact, and the stumps are knocked over.
I think you can tell now that they're really trying something here.
That's a great ball. It just turned and it went straight through the gap that Bethan Ellis had left, because instead of playing straight, she opened her left shoulder and swung across the ball and the stumps are knocked over. Great filming by our crew as well. Well done, guys. So that takes it to 176 for 6 now. And Catherine Fraser has bowled maybe she's bowled 4 overs for 1 run. For 1 wicket and 9 runs. 1 wicket for 9 runs off 4 overs. If I would think that Holly Armitage is going to keep her on for as long as she possibly can now for 8 overs, because she's just being very successful.
She's had a massive influence alongside Levick. They've both been getting through their overs really easily. It sort of deceived Sparks, thinking they've got more time than they actually have, and that's how they've been able to keep the score so low. I think now they're only just starting to get the wickets, but that's just equally as important.
Mr. Armitage is on his next lap. We ought to keep a count, didn't we? We should have a sponsored how many laps will Mr. Armitage complete in a 50 over game competition. So if you've got any answers, send them in to us.
50 overs. I think I'm going to go 12 myself.
Erin Burns has come back on from the Trafalgar Square, so we've got Square End. We've got 2 off spinners now, one from Trafalgar Square End and one from Pizan Park End, and they're starting to tie up the Sparks batters a little bit.
Diamonds are sticking with a spin here, and I completely understand why. I think it's where they're getting the most success. Bats just seem to be really not getting a hold of the ball, and it's just going straight to the fielders, because that's where the bowlers are bowling to. So I think it's a proven approach that's working really well for them at the moment, Diamonds.
Emily Arlott's got long levers and can strike a good long ball if she gets hold of it. If she gets opportunity, then she'll clear these boundaries quite easily. Obviously in the team mainly as the opening bowler, but can certainly wield the willow. And she's looking to try and get some space to do that, but hitting it straight to the field at the moment.
You can see that frustration, which is what the Diamonds will want to be preying on.
And we get through the overs really quickly when we're bowling spin bowlers. That's the end of the over. 39 overs gone now. That's just the one off that over. 177.
Catherine Fraser with another over. No surprise after taking the wicket of.
I'm just being asked by the groundsman at Scarborough if I've got a new job. I think I'm jack of all trades, master of none myself, so it's just one of those, see a need and try and fill it. Teamwork's what makes the dream work, as they say, and they run a single there, and with that in mind, then, you know, I'm keeping my eye quite firmly on the Derbyshire-Yorkshire game, and I see the boys have taken 6 wickets so far. 45 for 6 Derbyshire. Go on the boys, keep going. Oh. And Emily Arlett's trying to give herself space, and she played that with the inside of her bat down to fine leg, but she certainly wasn't aiming it there. She was looking through extra cover, and Catherine Fraser just got it to turn back on her. She's a little bit more solid this time, through mid-arm on for a single.
It evades Rachael Slater, but like you say, the fielders are backing each other up. Winfield Hill on the boundary. Just able to stop that.
Well fielded there. That was a good hit, but because it's well fielded, that keeps the pressure on, because you think, oh yeah, I've middled this one, and then you're like, oh, we still haven't got it through. And once we start getting into the overs, she had to kick that away in the end. I think she played it down into her pads and then had to kick it away to make sure it wasn't going to hit the stumps. Fraser comes in again, drops that one a bit short, and that one's firmly played out, but this time it is stopped on the boundary, and they come back for 2 runs. And that's the end of the 40th over. So now it really is, you start to think we are running out of overs now. We've only got 10 left. 181 for 6. That was 4 runs off that over.
And if they keep going at that rate, I think they're only going to get that 220. But I think it was a real possibility, maybe the 250 region, with the way that Davina Perrin and Connie Webb were building that partnership. Katie George, if she'd have lasted a bit longer, been able to stick around with Bethan Ellis, who just, I think, tried too hard in the end, stumped quite brilliantly, really, by Bess Heath.
Erin Burns continuing, and they push that one out into the offside for a single. Fielded by Holly Armitage, who takes a shy at the stumps. There are times when I think, not sure you need to shy at the stumps there, because you've had to turn round on the ball. But I guess when you've got 6 wickets down, you know that another wicket will really start to put them, the fear into the opposition that they're really struggling. At the moment they've got an average score, a score that you think, well, they've got something to bowl at, but you'd hope that in 50 overs it's quite gettable. But yet again, we've got to never judge a pitch till you've seen both sides bat on it. But what we have seen is some really tight bowling from the Diamonds bowlers, so that's made a difference.
Yeah, you can't take away from that. I think they've been so effective.
There's lots of oohing and ahhing out there. I think Emily Arlott is really trying to give herself space, and then it's turning back into her. It must obviously be something that she's not quite used to. She drives that one firmly to Holly Armitage at short cover.
They've just been so effective, and I think restricting the runs, I don't think they have the wickets to do them justice, really, but this is the way cricket works.
Again, well fielded at point, just the single there. And that's end of the 41st at 184, so just the 3 runs off that over. And at this stage you'd be looking for at least 1 a ball, so you'd be looking for 6 and over. So just to get 3 runs off that over, then as a Diamonds player you're like, that's good, we've kept them down. And I understand the covers are coming off at Chesterfield, so the boys will be back out there. It would appear that it's raining in some areas of the country, and here we are in Scarborough, and it's glorious summer's afternoon. Oh, that's that one that's turned between her and the stumps there, and it was because it bounced a little bit. I think it went over the top of the stumps, but I'm not sure she knew much about that.
No, caught ball watching there a bit, Emma, a lot. Katie George adamant on the run.
And there's that thick outside edge, which will run away for 4. I think that's the first real boundary that's come off Catherine Fraser's bowling.
she's just been really excellent today. Doing everything that's asked for her, and I think smart choice bowling her out in these final few overs. Just really limiting the runs that Sparks need.
She's just chipped that into the onside, and it falls between three fielders, and so she gets away with that, but the single comes off that, and she goes to practice her shot after it, and if she'd hit it like she practiced it, it would have sailed over the boundary, but it didn't, and she only got one run off it as Catherine Fraser comes in again, and it's played out into the mid-wicket. There's a easy single. It's amazing how much difference it makes when you hit a boundary and an over.
It just umps that run rate, and all you need to do is go for a couple of singles, and you've done most of the hard work.
Well, that's 8 off that over. 192 now at the end of the 42nd over. 4-6.
I think in turn, when you've scored that boundary and then you're only going for singles, it confuses the bowler. The bowler doesn't think that they're going for that much, and then it just puts the pressure on them slightly.
Phoebe Turner coming back on at the Trafalgar Square end. Erin Burns has completed 8 overs, 1 for 39. Rachel Slater has completed 8 overs, 0 for 38. Catherine Levick has bowled 8 overs, 2 for 36. And Phoebe Turner has now completed 8 overs, 2 for 39. Although, is this not Phoebe Turner? This is Sophie Turner bowling now, isn't it?
That's number 17, Phoebe. Rachel Slater just coming off the boundary. Clear call for one run there from the Sparks. Couple of teapots in the field while Katie George ties up her shoelaces. She's ready, and Phoebe Turner can get back in her stride. Doesn't evade Holly Armitage. Dot ball. Crunch straight to that stair. Callish just deflects off her knee and runs.
Hit firmly out to deep cover, but fielded, and just the single off that one after the slight misfield on the last one. And that's what Diamonds have done quite well. They've made errors, but they've picked up quite quickly after that.
And I think even the pacers, they're really getting back to the mark quickly. They're kind of putting it at the back of their heads, which is what you need.
That one's just short and wide and punished. You can't bowl short and wide on this wicket. It just sits up just nicely to hit through the ball.
Brings up Sparks 200. Katie George doing the damage as expected. Emma Lot's not really found her feet. Phoebe Turner hits it out. Sarah Marlowe. That's the end of the over. 203 after 43. What do you evaluate their performance? Do you think they're, I guess, on track to building something a bit more than a 220 score here?
Yeah, I mean, you'd expect so. You've got 7 overs left. The minimum would be 6 and over. 42. You're looking at 250. You've got to be setting your sights on 250. If Diamonds can keep them below 250, they'd be delighted with that performance.
Fraser back on.
Catherine Fraser continues with that miserly line and length that means that she's literally going at only under 4 and over at the moment, and if she can keep it at that, Diamonds will be absolutely delighted with her performance today. 2 balls gone, 2 dot balls, pressure builds. Pressure builds even more with the 3rd dot ball of the over. And you know as the batting team now that you're like, we've got to be getting more runs than this. We've got to be hitting out. But because of the line and length, it makes it very difficult. And then you take a risk. But that's firmly played, and that's a nice easy shot, but it's still only 1 run off that ball. So 4 runs gone, only 1 off the over so far. Emily Arlott, I'm sure, will try and be flamboyant. That's in her nature. I'm sure she'll be trying to hit this next ball out of the park. And plays and misses. 5 balls, 1 run off this over so far.
And she's just turning and burning. She's getting through it so quickly, Catherine Slayer.
And that's the end of the over. And a great over there for the Diamonds with just the 1 run coming off it.
Another 3 overs for Slater to go. It's hard to not see her bowling the final overs of this game, this innings.
And Emily Arlott's doing away with some protective, it's obviously restricting her, so she's doing away with some protective clothing and is like, right now, I'm going to hit it, it's not going to hit me. Katie Levick's going to come on from the far end. We've got 6 overs left to be bowled.
You'd assume Fraser has 3 of those. Turner's got 1 left. Abby Glenn, she was very economical at the start. 14 runs of just 4 overs. Hasn't been used since, really.
Yeah, first over went for 8 though, so she might be the sort of bowler that needs to warm up. So you might be thinking,
Yeah.
have we got time to let her warm up, or do we stick with the spin, which is they're proving to be quite economical and effective. So as Katie Levick comes in, and obviously that has been hit out to point. There's slight mishandling. It wasn't a misfield. She had the ball, but didn't have it in a position to throw. So 2 runs there. little bit of width for the batter to work with. As Katie George races on. Now we'll see whether the removing of the protective equipment gives Emily Arlott the chance to have a swing at this next one then. She'll know that balls are running out. She'll know that as a bowler she wants a bit more to bowl at.
It is do or die at this stage of the game.
Oh, and a great ball by Katie Levick, who just puts it on a sixpence and lets it turn and go through the defence of Emily Arlott, and it knocks the stumps over.
It had wicket written all over it, that ball. Emily Arlott, she just didn't get into it today. I would argue the protective gear removal made it worse.
I think it's one of those things now, as batters come in, they know that they've got to swing and they've got to hit out, and diamonds know that, well, if we just bowl it straight and they swing and miss, then we're going to hit the stump. So that's the key factor at this stage. But a lovely ball by Katie Levick, showing why she's one of the most sought after bowlers in the women's competition. 7 down now for the Sparks, 207, and we're in the 45th over.
Georgia Davies in for Sparks.
Emily Arlott, as you say, never quite got going. She faced 20 balls for her 9 runs, and that's not an innings that we normally see from Emily Arlott. We normally see lots of runs off very few balls.
And that's just why you have to credit the Diamonds bowling, because they were just so key in restricting runs, building that pressure, frustrating her, you could see, and eventually getting her out with a beautiful ball from Katie Levitt there. Catherine Fraser moving out to the boundary.
A good welcoming ball to Davis, as that one just turns and just grips a bit. She's got a thick outside edge on that one, and I think it's running down
Well
to the boundary, but just pulled back, and they go for 3 runs. Well run by the batters there, but well fielded, saving a run out on this boundary. Phoebe Turner. That's the end of another over. Six off the over, but quite crucially for the Diamonds, a wicket.
No surprise with Catherine Fraser back to bowl this end. She's ready, I don't think the batters are. Just taking the time here. Georgia Davies.
And the ball fielded by Holly Armitage straight back to the bowler, you know, just to keep the impetus of this innings going from a Diamonds perspective. They know that if they can keep going quickly through the overs, then they're less likely to have lots of runs against, and they turn for the second but decide against it with a great throw in from the boundary. I think that's Emma Marlowe out there.
again, she's been great out there alongside Leah Dobson.
So that's the first time she's dropped one a little bit short, and that races away for 4 runs down through fine leg. I think that's the poorest ball I've seen her bowl all day, but when she's bowled nearly 8 overs, and I'm thinking that that's the worst ball she's bowled all day. That's pretty good spell this by Catherine Fraser.
You can't complain, but you can at the same time, I suppose.
Well, I'm sure they set their sights high, and she'll be wanting to make sure she doesn't bowl like that again. Nice
So,
floated ball in there.
oh wow, great effort in the field there.
Yeah, nothing gets past, or very little gets past Holly Armitage in that area. Fraser comes in again, and that's the end of the over. 46 overs gone, 215. Just the 5 off that last over because of the poor ball that went down to the boundary for 4 runs.
I think we've got Erin Burns returning in her infamous cap.
Yes. Here's another lap, Mr. Armitage.
I've got that down as 4 today.
Oh, I think he's bowled more. He's done more than that. He did a few before we started noticing. Erin Burns floats one up, and that's driven out to the cover boundary. There'll be at least 2 here.
Slight slip, but it's still well fielded. No extra runs leached there.
So went out to play that and got an inside edge, so must have stepped outside. It must have turned on her because that inside edge went out to the onside as Erin Burns comes in again. Oh, chance of a run out missed. Little bit of a missed chance there for the Diamonds. It was all too comfortable and it should have had a little bit more impetus, but a single added to the total. Change of field. We've now got a very open leg side. There's an easy single anywhere on the leg side. The boundary is covered, and we tighten the circle. Tighten the circle on the offside as that one turns down leg side. Must have caught the pad of the batter because it wasn't given as a wide.
Kate George will be looking for 2s here actually. Broaching her 50. She just gets the 1 and she moves on to 49.
Well fielded by Katie Levick.
She likes to do that, Erin Burns. She just likes to cut across and stop the balls. She gets in the way almost at times, but it's effective.
End of the 47th over, 219, just 4 off that over. And they're going to have to go some now to get to 250. Three overs left.
They're just creeping, but they need more than that right now, I think.
Well, they'd need at least 10 and over to get to 250, which, given that we haven't seen many overs over 8, it would be a disastrous over for Diamonds to give that many runs away. And we've still got the miserly Catherine Fraser on, who's only given 26 runs in 8 overs.
Just the 2 boundaries as well. She's bowled so well. And that's Katie George's 50, coming off of 53 balls. 6 balls in her innings. She came on at a time where wickets were falling for Sparks, they needed something, and she's been a constant, almost striking at 100.
Yeah, good innings from Katie George. I'm sure they would have looked for some of the others to get in a few more runs as well. That's well struck. But again, picked up well from Leah Dobson, and they've run well through there for 2 runs. They are trying to accelerate, but they certainly need to, and it's what we'd call a double Nelson at the moment. 2-2-2, feet off the floor if you're a Sparks fan. As it's played up into the air, they go for a single but then change their mind. Still 2-2-2. Floated up there, and that's got that thick outside edge, and it's not a very long boundary down at that end of the field, and it runs through for 4.
Little lofty ball, little control over it, just easy to slap the outside edge.
Which, if you're in the Diamonds team now, you're looking at it and thinking, well, there's lots of ease. You know, when the ball goes past the fielder, you've got every chance of it being a boundary. So they'll be quite positive about this, just looking at what's happening. And even the edges, which aren't really hit very well or directed, are just running away over the boundary. So as a batter to bat, you'd be very encouraged by what you're seeing, especially when you think the total is probably a little bit under strength.
George's half century got 53 to the races with 6 balls.
2-2-7-4-7 at the end of the 48th over.
2 overs left. They've just taken 9 off that previous over. If they can keep at that rate, they've got
2-2-8, sorry, my fault.
240.
I was reading the scoreboard before they changed it at that last over. 2-2-8 for 7. Katie Levick going to bowl her last over, and the last over from the Trafalgar Square end. That's chipped up into the air, but no field, not to the field. Over 2 bouncers to Lauren Winfield Hill, who sends that back in.
And she's straight back into it, Katie Levick. Wastes no time getting that ball back and bowled. Lets the ball go out to Emma Marlowe. Just for 1 run.
Reverse, and she's out. LBW. Whenever you take that chance, and she's looking a little bemused because her weight took her to fall outside leg stump almost, but the ball is going to be reasonably straight from Katie Levick. She doesn't bowl much, not on the stump, And then you see as she got hit, she jumped quickly outside leg stump to make it look like it was she'd been hit outside leg stump, but she definitely hadn't. But a good innings there from Katie George. Very
Top
good.
scorer for Sparks. I think she came in at a time where wickets were falling quite quickly. She came in just after the Perrin-Webb partnership and has really just kept it going. She's not had stable partners around her. Bethan Ellis, Emma Lott, dismissed really quickly. And now Georgia Davies goes. Katie George.
Yeah, I mean, despite Arlott's small contribution, pardon me, she shared a partnership of 31, so that's, and 23 partnership with Davis, and you can guarantee the bulk of those runs were scored by Katie George, so a great contribution from Katie George. She also shared a 35-run partnership with Davina Perrin, so the key figure so far in the Sparks innings has been Katie George.
Wide from Katie Levick just after that wicket.
Katie Levick has got 4 wickets, so she'll be looking for one more for that
Oh.
5 wickets. And she was close, but not close enough there. Still got chance to get that 5 wickets, the one that all bowlers crave for. A bit like scoring 100.
Yeah.
As it's chipped up into the leg side just for a single. That's Katie Levick's finishes her overs. 4 wickets she's managed to get for the Diamonds, and she always contributes. 4 for 46 off 10 overs. Great contribution from Katie Levick. As the score now is 2-3-3 with the last over to come. So there was 5 runs off that Katie Levick over.
You'd imagine Catherine Fraser bowls her full allocation.
Erin Burns
Erin
is
Burns.
coming on to bowl the last over. I wondered whether Holly Armitage would have been tempted to do it, seeing as she got 3 wickets in the last game against Central Sparks, and they must sort of be dreading seeing her come on because they just threw that game away. But Burns is coming on, which is an interesting decision because Catherine Fraser was 1 for 35 off 9 overs, so she still had 1 over left, and Burns has got 1 for 43, so pretty similar. Burns is the more experienced bowler, so that might be why she's been brought on for the last over rather than Fraser, but Fraser had a great spell there, 1 for 35. Five balls left of the innings. I don't think you've got much thinking as a batter now.
Hit and run.
4 balls left.
They're looking a bit shy of the 240, dare I say.
It's chipped up to Longar, on straight to Lauren Winfield Hill, just the single off that ball. It's well stopped on the boundary. Good diving stop. Just the 2 off that.
opening Slater there.
And the last ball of the innings.
See what they can do.
And it's firmly struck down the ground. I think it's fielded by Lauren Winfield Hill, who's disappeared behind the sight screens from our view. And that's the end of the innings. So a good performance by the Diamonds. They'll be requiring 240 to win the game. Good innings from Davina Perrin and Katie George.
Chloe Brewer was really good at top, like that really short innings that she had. She really got the ball rolling. But then it was Abby Freeborn who just couldn't really keep it going. She partnered Perrin for some time before almost giving her wicket away, really. Eve Jones had no impact in today's game. Erin Burns striking instantly.
Yeah, I think the happier side at this stage would be Diamonds, but whenever you've got runs on the board, you've got runs to play with. You know, you can keep that as a pressure on there. So 240 is the total to chase after lunch, and it'll be interesting to see how they go about this chase. Obviously, Lauren Winfield Hill will be looking to build on the partnership, whoever she opens with. I'm not sure who she'll be opening with in T20. Then Holly started opening, but I've got a feeling Holly will be number 3 or 4, which is a preferred position. So whether Emma Marlowe opens.
She's had a bit of a tough time of it in the T20s opening up. So it'll be interesting really what that approach is. Then you've also got Abby Glenn who can come in after.
Well, she'll be a long way down. I think Sturkallis will be up the top end as well. So we look forward to welcoming you back after lunch, but we'll take a break now. So look forward to seeing you for the Chase Diamonds. 239 is the target from Central Sparks here at Scarborough. It's Ellie Indy and Jane Powell on commentary.
We had the crew speaking to us at Blackpool, and it was so much easier. I feel like you're winging it here. But it must be a second nature, I suppose. You just know when it's ending.
Should do. I mean, you just have a break at lunchtime, don't you?
Yeah.
You know, give people a break from our voices as much as anything else. New Zealand are 123 for 5 off 36 down at Worcester.
They've been struggling for quite some time, New Zealand. They can't find the feet, which is quite sad when you consider how they're really great. One of the greats in the world at one point in time. But it's just, England are almost a juggernaut now. The gulf's growing between New Zealand and everybody else, which is a bit of a shame really, but not got axe throwing at people, real life human beings. Oh, I didn't realise that was the one. I'm so sorry.
Welcome back as we start the second innings as Central Sparks are walking out to the field. Hope everybody's had a good lunch. I'm still munching my way through the traditional Scarborough fish and chips, which were lovely, as they take the field. Emma Marlowe and Lauren Winfield Hill to open the batting.
Yeah, I suspected. I think we wanted. We were expecting Holly Armitage to come at her usual 3. Winfield's just been really great up top, and Emma Marlowe, she's just been partner throughout both competitions. So no surprise in there.
She's a good young player, Emma Marlowe, and it'll be nice to see her try and build an innings with the experienced Lauren Winfield Hill. But they'll have to face the firepower of the Sparks, who've got a really good bowling lineup.
Opening the bowling for Central Sparks this afternoon from the Trafalgar Square, Grace Potts.
Grace Potts opening the bowling for Sparks. Played a short cameo in the final bit of their innings. And will now open up the bowling for Sparks.
So Grace Potts coming into bowl from the Trafalgar Square end to Lauren Winfield Hill, who defends that one.
And already they just start off not needing a rubber ball. So it's very low pressure, I'd say, this innings. And Diamonds. Close.
There's that bounce that you get on this Scarborough wicket, and Lauren Winfield Hill, I think she left that one. It might have looked like she was playing it, but I think that was more of a leave than a play. But a very good ball. A bit of pace and bounce and swing there. So a little bit in the ball to start with. I think these white balls are well renowned that there's something in them early, but the shine comes off quite quickly, and they'll be looking to try and get a breakthrough early on. Good fielding by Davina Perrin. She's becoming quite a good fielder in that particular area. She's quick, she's agile, and she picks up the ball well. Developing into a really good cricketer.
Not able to get off the mark straight away here. I think Grace Potts is getting the most out of conditions already, much like Phoebe Turner was throughout the middle.
Yeah, there's absolutely no panic, and I think it's just have a look at what the wicket's doing. You might have been fielding out there, but you don't know what it's like from a batting perspective till you get there. So just have a look and just see, and then just pierce the field like that. That'll be at least 2, if not 4 runs. And it's a boundary off the first over. Lauren Winfield Hill 5 dot balls and then just pierces the field for 4 runs. And that just shows you how quick the outfield is, and how there is no panic. You just have to wait, and then you just wait for the ball in your hitting zone and just make sure that you hit through the ball. And if you do, then you'll get just rewards for it.
Looks as though Georgia Davies has been handed the ball.
Opening bowling for Central Sparks this afternoon from the East Home Park. Georgia Davies.
Partnering Potts in this opening couple of overs. They seem to have got quite a pacey attack in comparison to the Diamonds, who are really quite spin reliant, so it'll be interesting to see how that combats the Diamonds batting.
Half a chance there, but it's gone through and they've taken a single. Between keeper and first slip. You see on the replay there a very clear chance, but not taken. So Emma Marlowe is off the mark with a single.
Nothing too dramatic from Winfield Hill. I think she's just low pressure. Still assessing the conditions, but I'd still say she's just finding it quite easy. It's coming to her naturally, and as it does with the experience that she has.
Field changes for Marlowe. Cover goes out deep, and we have a deep square leg and 1 slip. And she shaped to cut that, but then pulled out at the last minute as the ball bounced quite a bit there. And Abby Freeborn taking that well above shoulder height, even though she's standing up. That's better, more compact from Emma Marlowe. This is where Lauren Winfield Hill can just tell her to keep calm. No rush, no risk.
50 overs to play with.
So 2 overs gone and 6 without loss.
Grace Potts at the other end. Winfield Hill at face. Decided to leave that one alone, and I think you can afford that with the position that they're in.
Yeah, build your innings. You have a look, just like she did in the first over, where she played out 5 dot balls, and then a ball came into a hitting range, and she quite clearly just placed it through the field for 4 runs. She doesn't need to hit every ball of every over for a boundary, so just keep watching it, keep looking at it, and then take good contact on the ones that you want to make sure you hit. This Potts comes in again, and that's wide outside off, and Winfield Hill went to hit it. She's feeling that it bounced a bit low, which in comparison to some of the balls that have gone through it potentially did, but it certainly wasn't a shooter. It just didn't come through quite so high.
Yeah.
But if I'm being critical, there's no foot movement from Winfield Hill. She was just using her arms and a bat.
It was never really going to work well, even if it did hit the bat.
And instead just drops it down and runs the single. And it just shows you how easy it is to get a single.
But you wouldn't have thought that with the Sparks innings.
Yes, but you know, with a tight field all on the circle, that shouldn't really have been a single, but it was actually a really easy single. Potts comes in again. And then lovely shot off the back foot from Marlowe, and it's racing away. Just saved, I think, but they've come back for 3 runs. So that's a good shot by Emma Marlowe.
And exploiting the tight field. Very well.
Just looking at the replay. Yeah, good fielding. Just help round on the leg side. There could be 2 here if Winfield Hill turns, but I think she's wanting the strike. Don't think she was happy or didn't want to come back for a second one. And so that's the end of the 3rd over, and the score moves on to 11. At this stage, Sparks were 1 for 4 after 11.
Quite the contrast.
So already you can see that Diamonds have started better, but then when you're 1 for 2 off the first over, then you can see that that's always going to be a uphill struggle.
Indeed.
Just manoeuvring the field out on the deep square boundary, just moving around a little bit finer, so backward of square, and a mid-wicket. That's where the 2 fielders who are out are both standing at the moment, as that's played into a short mid-wicket area. Lauren Winfield Hill goes aerial, and it's 1 bounce for 4 runs, straight back over the bowler's head. Super shot from Lauren Winfield Hill. It makes it look quite effortless. She puts it up there, and she swings through with the bat, and it goes straight back over the bowler's head for 1 bounce 4. And that's a great shot off the back foot from Winfield Hill. Just smashes it through the cover boundary for 4 runs. What a great over this is for Lauren Winfield Hill. She's just danced down the wicket and hit one back over the bowler's head, and then she rocks back onto her back foot and just punches it through the offside for 4 runs.
She makes it look easy, and you made the point that this is a very tight field. She's just able to find those gaps, which I think Sparks were lacking in their opening few 10 overs.
And it's interesting when a batter comes out with a different mindset, because what looked like a really tricky field, you know, the Diamonds are already on 19 for no wicket off 4 overs. At this same stage, then they had managed to get, they'd had the Abbey Glenover. So I think they've got the 2 boundaries off the first Abbey Glenover, but they were 10 runs for 1 wicket. So they're already almost double the score, but no wicket down.
Yeah. And they're not necessarily going with this extreme intent either. It's literally just tap, tap, tap. They're not needing to go for big runs because the required run rate is just below 5. Just the dot from Potts there.
Still bright sunshine here at Scarborough, and I know it's raining in some areas of the country, so I feel very fortunate to be here with the sun beating down. As Potts comes in, and it's just played defensively out onto the onside.
Very slanted action, Grace Potts.
Tall girl accelerates into the crease, and Lauren Winfield Hill just, sorry, oh no, that's Lauren Winfield Hill, I've just spotted the shoes, plays it out into the offside. Sorry Lauren, I should know it's you. We've got a really interesting monitor because there are 4 black circles on it, which I'm not sure what they are, but they keep hiding a few little things occasionally.
Oh, well saved there by Davina Perrin. They go for a run.
Short ball outside off, smashed by Lauren Winfield Hill, but a diving Davina Perrin saves that 4, but they go through for a single. But a great save by Davina Perrin, as Ellie says, because that had 4 written all over it. So good stuff by the Sparks fielder there.
Oh, chance just gone. Marlowe edging it to the second slip.
And she's come back for 2. Great running by Emma Marlowe. And I think, you know, when I was growing up, somebody said, if you're going to flash, flash hard. And that's what Emma Marlowe did. She flashed at that one. She got a very thick outside edge. It could have been taken. It did go to hand, but it was going so fast it went through the hands. So she lives to fight another day. She's still there. And gets 2 runs from it. All it says in the scorebook is 2.
She's making the most of an opportunity there. You wonder if Emma Marlowe was in the slips there. Might have got a hand to it, but...
So that's 23 without loss after 5.
And it's just coming really easily for the Diamonds. They're not really trying much flashy shots. They're just playing what's in front of them, and I think Sparks struggled with that in their first set, and that's why, for example, Lee Jones, she couldn't get off the mat. Abby Freebaum struggled, but...
Yeah, and you know, it's what I was saying earlier, they're making the wicket look completely different.
Yeah.
It looked quite dodgy and, I'm not sure in the first innings, but so far, after 5 overs, you'd be like, oh well, the Diamonds are making it look fairly straightforward.
And Arlott, I think, coming into bowl here.
Another of the tall pacers from Sparks. Good first ball from Emily Arlott, not giving any width or not varying the length, and Lauren Winfield Hill having to go back and just defend that. she'll be wanting to see what variations Arlot's going to throw at her before she starts to hit out. She played that glorious lofted drive in the last over, so we know that she's got that firepower, and she's just pulled that one round onto the leg side. There is a fielder out there, so there'll just be 2 runs, but a fairly straightforward 2 runs at that.
It's just coming naturally, and that's quite nice to watch, and just batters running flow. And Emma Marlowe at the other end, I think she's also providing really great help here. Just 7 runs to her name, but I think she's made a massive sort of influence at the crease already.
Yeah, in fact, Emma Marlowe was the person who was supporting Holly Armitage in the Charlotte Edward Cup when Holly Armitage smashed 90 runs or something. They had a 90-run partnership, and Holly eventually fell for 97, I think. But, you know, you just think, wow, what a great innings Emma Marlowe played, because you needed somebody to support Holly Armitage when she was absolutely smashing it all over the place. Good over this so far from Emily Arlott. I'm getting confused with Emily Arlott and Emily Marlowe, so my apologies to all concerned. But Arlott is good over so far, putting the ball in the right areas. And they think about the single, but Davina Perrin is in sharp there. She's one of those players who, she looks alert on the field all the time. You know, you can see others and you think, I'm not sure, we could probably take a single there. But if you put it within a 5-metre radius of Davina Perrin, you've got to be thinking, no, I'll stay where I am, because she's
so quick and just picks the ball up with like great accuracy.
And that's a lovely, super drive that from Lauren Winfield Hill, as straight as you can make it, straight under the sight screen, and that's 4 runs by Lauren Winfield Hill. And yet again, she's waited virtually the whole of the over and then comes out with an absolute cracker like that, and you've got 4 runs off the over, and that takes the score to 29 off 6 overs without loss.
Which, when you also look at the grand scheme of things, they only need 4 and over, so they're doing just fine out there. And I think that just shows how much of a class batter she is, to be able to assess the conditions and not be tempted in by earlier deliveries. And I think Emma Marlowe will be watching on and gaining quite a lot from this. She faces hear the crunch on that. She hit that one hard, did Emma Marlowe. Picked up a run just off Grace Potts. Fielder tried to get to it, I just think it was coming at such speed it bounced off and deflected to Chloe Brewer.
Yeah, it's a good piece of fielding, because it's not always easy when it's coming at such a quick force, but she got there and prevented the boundary, so she'll be happy with that. Lauren Winfield Hill just doing a bit of gardening, going out and having a look. Just the usual batsman's, well, batters, I'll just go out and tap the pitch and make it look like I know what I'm doing here. I'm not sure it does anything to the wicket, to the pitch whatsoever. As Potts comes in again. And that's smoked, absolutely smoked through the covers. She's shown some real classy shots so far in this innings, Lauren Winfield Hill.
Just splitting the 2 fielders, there was no chance of getting that one. metres away. Or
That's a real sickener as a fielding side. Not only that it's gone for a boundary, but you've then got to run another 20 yards to go and fetch the ball back because it's a long way to the marquee once it's gone over the boundary. So mainly because when it's festival week, there'll be chairs out there and people watching. But little bit frustrating, and she's
and again.
gone for a similar space. Half stopped, I think, this time by the fielder, so they'll come back potentially for 3. No, just the 2.
Smart call, I think, as well with Marlowe, just communicating that very clearly as a black
Yeah,
spot.
you don't have to take any risks, do you,
No.
at this stage? You know, you're on 36, you're in the 7th over, no wicket down, don't give them a sniff of a wicket, and if you're putting pressure on yourself running those, then it's just not worth it. As Potts comes in, and this time it's held down the leg side, and that's 4 runs.
Nobody there to get that.
Well, in the power play, you know, as the captain, you're on a hiding to nothing when your bowler is saying, I'm going to bowl full and straight, so you put your 2 deep fielders in front of the bat, and then they end up pulling one down leg side, and you can't cover for that. You just cannot do it. You can't set a field for bad balls, and that was a bad ball, really. Potts comes in again. And once again, it's just stroked off the back foot through the covers, and that's an amazing over for the Diamonds. They've now gone on to 44 without loss, and that over was 15 runs.
It's just muscle memory for Lauren Winfield Hill. You can't stop her when she's in such a flow. It'll take something really special for Sparks to stop this. But then you've also got Holly Armitage coming up, and again, she's a really tough cookie to crack. So I do not envy the bowlers in this situation. Striking at almost 100, Lauren Winfield Hill. And not surprising with all them boundaries she's getting. Doesn't quite get that one, does Emma Marlowe?
My score thing's just updated. Lauren Winfield Hill scoring at a strike rate of 106
Even better.
with that last 4, because I think she hit a 4, didn't she, off the last ball, which took her from 96 to 106 strike rate. Emma Marlowe just needs to play herself in, no panic. Your partner's scoring really easily and comfortably. You're way ahead of the run rate, so just take your time and play yourself in. What you don't want to do is give your wicket away.
No, and it's an opportunity to make a name for yourself as well. Fair grab there by Marlowe. Marlowe just hitting it straight back at her. Deflects it in the way of Winfield Hill.
It was a
For a
bump
dot.
ball, I think. Hit into the ground.
Yeah. Sharp reaction.
It's what you call a crowd catch, one of those. It's hit the floor and gone straight to the player, and you get crowds cheering, and you're like, it's hit the floor. It's not a... That's a lovely shot for nothing.
Because it's Davina Perrin station there. You can't get much past her. Arlott coming in. Just misses. Marlowe's back. Swinging just wide. And just hits it to Davina Perrin again. No run.
Good over, maiden over by Emily Arlott. 8 overs gone, 44 is the score.
And it's just slowed that rate down for the Diamonds. It's going to take some doing to properly slow it down and put some real pressure on them. But it stopped that flow that Winfield Hill was in. Marlowe's still just getting in. So taking her time there, but there's no rush. Not when you're solid run ahead.
Looks like the star with the bat is coming on with the ball, Katie George. Lauren Winfield Hill, 35 off 33 balls at the moment. Emma Marlowe, 8 off 15. And if we think back to Davina Perrin's innings, she was probably scoring more slowly than Emma Marlowe at this stage. So Emma Marlowe just needs to play herself into this game and just make sure that she hangs around a bit so that she can give herself a chance of scoring.
Yeah, there's no pressure on her here. Not given.
Left arm over the wicket, that could well have pitched outside leg stump. So if it pitches out that side leg stump, then you're not out instantly. Umpire having a word with the bowler. Probably didn't like the length of appeal, or maybe there was a reaction after the appeal. She comes in again, left arm over.
Hit that into the ground with some force.
Chance of a run out, well backed up by the Sparks fielders, because that could have easily run through. But an easy single. I don't think there was a chance of a run out there. Nicely played by Emma Marlowe. That's racing across the outfield, and there's a lot of it's a large square here, and they've got some practice wickets that go a long way down, and once the ball hits those, it just seems to pick up speed rather than anything else. So the fielders didn't stand a chance there of catching that, even though it's Davina Perrin. The ball was always going to beat her in that race there.
She's taking a bit of a page out of Lauren Winfield Hill's book there, Emma Marlowe. That's
Yeah,
what we're talking about. No pressure.
Just a lovely shot, wasn't
Yeah.
it? And again, but this time straight to Davina Perrin.
George to Marlowe again. Hits it straight down.
Such a
And that's
lovely
a
shot. What a lovely shot that was. Emma Marlowe just has been struggling all the way through, and she's just hit one through the covers, and then she's just leant into a rather full ball straight down the wickets, and it's a beautiful straight drive for 4 runs.
It's just nice to see her play her natural game. I think she struggled with the bat in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. To see her now flourishing is absolutely brilliant. She's got the shots. She just needs the, I guess, time to put into them, which the short format doesn't offer.
End of the 9th over, that was 9 runs off that over, so that was another good over for the Diamonds, and one that the Sparks will need to pull back on. They can't afford to keep going at that rate. this early with no wicket down.
They're extracting a lot from the pacers. I'm surprised that maybe Georgia Davis hasn't been brought back on. But she was pretty economical in comparison.
Oh, I can
to
see that
Collins.
Mr. Armitage, just seen that shot there, Mr. Armitage is having a rest, he's sitting down in the crowd. As Emily Arlott comes back into it. Just got a little bit of lift, but just defended well by Lauren Winfield Hill. LWH. Well defended by LWH. Emily Arlott is bowling a good tight line and length.
I think she recovered well from that first over. Bowled a maiden, just kept getting it spot on. Gave the batters absolutely nothing to play with. Looks to be doing the same now.
And sadly, that's a bit of commentator's curse there, Ellie. Just as you say that, she drops one short and wide outside off stump, which Lauren Winfield Hill says thank you very much, and just smacks it through the cover boundary.
Seagull outside the ring. Don't think that counts as a field.
Yeah, no, I don't think that counts as a fielder, although he's a big one, isn't he? I've left half my fish and chips here. I'm trying to hide it because you know what the seagulls are like. They like to see any leftover food, and they're there, aren't they?
Outline again. Just well defended. Doesn't need to keep hitting it large. I can just
Take the risk, go aerial, but she hits it well clear of the fielder.
yeah. Heath Jones, probably one of the better fielders in the Spark side. Just couldn't get a hand on that. Winfield Hill coming up with the reward.
Davina Perrin is coming off the field.
Oh no.
So they must have a sub-fielder on. Or
Hannah
they,
Baker into bowl. Young leg spinner, part of the England under-19s team in the under-19s World Cup.
or they will have a sub-fielder on in a minute. Here she comes, sub-fielder coming on.
Rhea Fackrell.
She's a bit of a loss for Central Sparks, with no disrespect to Rhea Fackrell. Davina Perrin is probably one of the best fielders in the team, and she's had to go off. So what do you know about Hannah Baker, Ellie?
Hannah Baker. She did really well at the under-19s World Cup. Player of the match in the semi-final against Australia, getting to the final against India, and also named in the team of the tournament. So she made a really big impression during that World Cup in South Africa, and ever since really has earned a regular place in the Spark side, and rightly so.
Leg spinner?
Indeed.
I haven't seen much of her, so I'm just watching her, I think, live for the first time. I did watch the Under-19 World Cup, but it's very different when you see these players on a screen and when you see them in real life. And that took the outside edge of Lauren Winfield Hill's bat, but dropped well in front of the slip, so there was no chance of a catch there, but just puts a bit of doubt in your mind.
Oh.
And then she goes aerial, and she gets herself out, caught at mid-off.
Short for 50. 46 runs. 48 deliveries. Really
Yeah.
started this innings up, and like we said, they didn't need to come out with a really aggressive intent because it was really only required 4 and over, but she did. That's just typical Lauren Winfield Hill. She goes short for 50, just 46.
I think isn't the required run rate just under 5 and over? Because it was 240 they wanted.
4.5 now. They're at 5.5.
No, it was. It's more than 4 and over. 4 and over would be 200 when I went to school.
No.
I know it's a long time
Don't
ago.
ask me maths.
It's a long time ago that I went to school, but 4 and over would have been 200, and they would need 240. So they wanted just under 5 and over from the start. But they've started off so well that they're ahead of the run rate, so they're doing very well. So you are right on that. But they did need to come out and get moving,
Yeah.
which is what they've done. I mean, 11 overs, 65 runs, 1 wicket is a pretty good start.
Holly Armitage, and she does a very similar job to Lauren Winfield Hill. I think she's a prolific power hitter in the game.
Yeah, both of them are very good, technically good batters, but they do pack a punch when they want to. Just very disappointing that it was almost like Lauren was in 2 minds because she got an edge the ball before and thought, I'll just hit out, and she didn't get to the pitch of the ball and didn't get full face of the bat to the ball, and that's why it went up. And that one's loose down leg side, and Holly's just going to help that one round the corner for 4. You can't bowl there at a person with the quality of Holly Armitage. That's a freebie for somebody like her. Haven't seen Mr. Armitage walk around for a bit. His daughter's batting, so he won't be still. 13th's working hard now for Central Sparks because 12th's on the field, so 13th is on to bat. We've got Seagulls landing on the field of play.
I don't think Hannah Baker appreciated their presence there.
I think if you've never played here, you might be a little bit perturbed by the Seagulls, but they're quite harmless, unless you're eating food and you're just standing by, and they're on cue.
Mr. Armitage. Hello.
He's just told us he's going to walk a bit faster now. So he's walking round the ground. Not the Seagull, Mr. Armitage. And in comes Katie George. Defended by Emma Marlowe.
Just a bit of Emma Marlowe. Three dot balls to start with for Katie George. Hit to Baker in the deep, just for 1. Armitage now on strike.
Change of field for Holly Armitage. Mid wicket has come in. This umpire, Gabby Brown, did one of the England Deaf games this last 2 weeks when England Deaf were playing against India Deaf at Derby. Nice drive there by Holly Armitage, straight to the fielder. It's always nice to feel that you're getting the full face of the bat onto the ball.
Got to finish the over for Katie George. Quite over that one.
Quite over, apart from me moving around. 'Cause there's a bit of a draft through this commentary box, so I've just shut the door, put my coat on. So if you've heard rustling, I apologise, but I was getting a bit chilly.
And here we were bragging that it's all sunny here and rainy everywhere else.
I think it is outside. People are still in shorts and jumpers, albeit, but there's a camera girl up there with her shorts and a t-shirt, so she's obviously fine. I think it's just we're in a bit of a dull spot in the commentary box.
Baker back on.
Played nicely out into the covers by Emma Marlowe. She looks very comfortable when she plays that shot. It just looks quite natural for her just to hit through the ball. Good ball there from Hannah Baker. Missed everything, but it was a good ball.
Conceded no runs.
It was a very good ball. Pitched and just moved away from the bat. Not far away from the stumps. And that one's dropped short, and Holly Armitage has just smashed that through deep mid-wicket.
Emma can't get her hands on that one. Baker in again. Going for a run.
Amazing when two batters decide there's a run. They go for the run and it becomes very straightforward and simple when you think there's never a run there, and then it's like, okay, guess there was a run there then. Wicket-keeper and slip went up, but bowler wasn't interested and moves away. So that's the end of the 14th over, 13th over, 14th over, 76 for 1. At the same stage, Central Sparks was 61 for 2.
Still ahead, just a wicket down.
Good ball from Hannah Baker, just drifts across the right-hander, but just didn't catch the edge. You'll see this on the replay. Oh, excuse me. Hannah Baker and Katie George have really got a good rhythm going here at this moment, with one coming with a leg spin uphill slightly, and Katie George with a left arm seam going away from the right-handed bat. And I think this could, if it wasn't for the start that Lauren Winfield Hill gave the Diamonds, this would be a much trickier state of play.
Absolutely, it's sort of like the combination you don't really expect. They're both like complete opposites, but it's working well for them. Blocked by Armitage again. Yeah, there is a real sense of, I don't know, pressure, but there's not too much pressure if you're ahead of the rate. So it's almost what could have been if Lauren Winfield Hill had gone out earlier. But there's just no stopping when she's in full blubber. Played a really great innings.
The only thing you would say is that scoreboard pressure is always there. You still know you've still got to chase 240 to win. So you've still got to get another 164. So you still know there's a distance to go. So you don't want to do anything silly, but at the same time you're quite right. You feel like you're ahead of the scores at the moment, so there is no real pressure. Unlike England women bowled New Zealand women out for 141 this time, and they're 62 for naught off 10 overs. So you would think that that's going to go the way of England yet again. Beaumont's on 22 off 24, and Bouchier is on 37 off 40. So pretty commanding there at the moment.
New Zealand just not enough at the moment. Just don't really have it in the armoury to take it to the likes of England and Australia and India. Hannah Baker returning to complement the left arm pace of Katie George with a leg spinner.
Going down leg. I saw that one. Western Storm were all out 156.
Mr. Armitage is running.
And Southern Vipers 73 for 1, so it looks like they're going to coast to a win there. The Sunrisers were 253 all out. Thunder not battered yet. And Blaze, who were bottom of the table, have scored 318 for 8 in 44 overs. So they've still got overs to go. Oh no, they're playing 44 overs, because it says South East Stars need 319 to win. They scored 318 in 44 overs, and they were bottom of the table.
That's the beauty of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy.
When we started today. Just working it around, just making sure that they keep picking up singles. What they don't want to do is stagnate in this good spell of bowling by Hannah Baker and Katie George. They're really tightening the screw a little bit as best they can. Just toss that one up a little bit more.
Stopped by Baker on the knuckles, but they're never nice, them ones.
Nice shot by Emma Marlowe, just putting it into that cover area. 79 for 1 at the end of the 16th over. Not much difference in scores, but at this stage Central Sparks had lost 3 wickets as compared to Diamonds, who have lost 1.
Quite a lot of movement in the field. George comes back on. And Marlowe to face the quick left arm Katie George. Had a really great innings. Top scored for Sparks towards the back end of their 50 overs. Now putting in a shift the ball, but I think
Yes, she's having a good game, Katie George, and often if you have a good knock with the bat and you're a bowler, then you come in feeling confident because you know you've already contributed to the team, so anything else is a bonus from then on. If you hadn't batted well, a little bit like Emily Arnott, then you're thinking you put more pressure on yourself with the ball because you feel you still need to contribute to the team.
not really getting it away here, the Diamonds. Quite similar to the Sparks, kind of getting those runs but hitting it to the people. It's covered.
Yeah, I think what they have to work out is how many overs has Katie George bowled, how many has she still got to bowl, because she's by far been the best bowler today, whereas the others have given balls that have been able to be hit. So they'll be happy to see her off, so to speak, knowing that when the others come on, they'll be able to take runs a little bit easier. Good stop there in the field, but it did come quite fast, and she may have taken a little knock there. Holly's turn to do some gardening. Sometimes
Maybe it's a mental thing. You just become better in your innings when you do it.
That's just something that batters do occasionally. Just go and prod the wicket.
But another great over from Katie George, just the one run. Hannah Baker again, going in tandem with George.
People on the balcony having a nice little watch. Some of the members come down to watch the game. See, they still look like it's summer, for sure. I think we're just in a cold spot. A cool spot rather than a cold spot.
The sun's not beating down on us as much. But it's doing better than what the other games around the grounds have been like. Couple of rain affected games there. Shout. I don't think it was ever on there.
No, that was a good... It looked like it was going to get through, and then at the last minute Marlowe chopped down on it and avoided it from hitting the stump. So it's well played from Emma Marlowe. Good ball from Hannah Baker.
can feel the pressure though, it's building. I've not really been able to dispatch big so much, apart from like that opening over she had.
No, but they've got to bowl 5 bowlers. So, as I say, you might be looking to see these guys off because they are bowling well. And if they're bowling well, you can't do anything about that. You just have to play each ball on its merits.
Ethan Ellis also yet to bowl. Right, our medium.
And there you go. 1 bounce and 4, or 2 bounce and 4. Good shot from Emma Marlowe.
They've just fallen behind the rate required diamonds here. And very healthy boundary for the score. Seagulls chirping away. It's a lovely day for it.
So Emma Marlowe and Holly Armitage have a conversation in the middle of the pitch, obviously discussing what their next plan of action is. So Katie George is being given a rest,
Georgia Davies back on.
and Georgia Davis coming on from the Trafalgar Square end. Hello, Lizzie.
Hello.
Being joined by Lizzie.
Nice squeeze in.
Grab a chair.
Thank you.
Bring it up here. Because we've
You
only
won't
got
hear you in the corner.
a central mic. What do you reckon, Liz?
I think we're pretty well set at the moment.
Better tell you what your job is, really.
Oh yeah.
People won't know who
Well,
Lizzie
yeah.
is.
Hello, I'm Lizzie. I'm the operations manager for the Diamonds, so I get them where they need to be and get them out there on the field playing cricket, which is what they're doing a really good job of at the moment. So yeah, I feel like I've done my job for the day.
Yeah,
So I come to have a chat with you, Jane.
it was a good start, wasn't it, by Lauren Winfield Hill? You
Absolutely,
know? Just
yeah.
a shame that she holed out at 45. I think it's 46.
46, yeah.
But with some super shots she played.
Yeah, I think it was the right option for Lauren actually, with mid on and mid off up.
That's a great shot by Emma Marlowe.
Marlowe.
That's twice now in 2 overs that Emma Marlowe's gone straight back down the wicket, and she's played that with absolute confidence.
She's just so comfortable doing that.
It's one of her strengths, that Marlowe, down the ground.
They bowled well though, Katie George in particular, and Hannah Baker bowled really well.
But you can't bowl them forever, and as a result they've had to bring in Georgia Davies, who's getting a bit of the slack from the batters here.
Just falling short of point there.
There's still something in the wicket if the bowlers put the ball in the right area. I think there were times in the Diamonds innings where they kept putting the ball in the right area, and therefore it made this wicket look very tricky. And yet the Diamonds have come out and they've batted very confidently, and as Marlowe there just turns it into the onside to deep mid wicket and takes the single. She's obviously feeling like she's happy to take strike, so she's pinch strike off Holly, which I'm sure Holly won't be best pleased about, but at the same time the score's now moved on to 90 for 1 off 19 overs, and at the same stage in the Sparks innings they were 3 for 76, so even that in comparison you can see the Diamonds are a little bit in the driving seat, but a long way to go yet. Still another 150 runs, roughly 150. Yeah, 150 runs. Got it right
that,
first time. So it's still a fair number of runs to get, and you'd be hoping that these guys would stay there for the next at least 10 to 20 overs to really give a firm base, and then if needed the others could come in if needed and accelerate. But at the moment they're ahead of the run rate, and they're doing fine.
I'd be quite happy just to rotate strike at this stage of the game, I would think, just to keep the scoreboard ticking.
Times with that one that I think, oh, make sure you hit it, because she's moving way back away from the stumps.
Giving herself loads of room.
And the ball is fairly straight, so if she didn't hit it, the ball's going to hit the stumps. Have you seen much of Hannah Baker?
Yes, she's... Oh,
She got away with
hasn't
that
gone
one.
anywhere. Full toss only ended up as far as mid-off. She's been involved in some of the England pathway stuff, which I've seen a bit of. Yeah, good young leg spinner. It's good to see.
Yeah, she's certainly, apart from that last ball, she's been very accurate, but
Indeed.
that's punched through the offside by Emma Marlowe for a single. As Marlowe moves on to 33. Of 49 balls. That's the end of the 20 overs.
Just one run from that.
Apparently it's raining in some areas of the country.
Yeah, we've been trying to keep track of scores around the grounds. Had a bit of rain at Chelmsford earlier, Sunrisers.
Looks like Western Storm are going to be beaten.
Yeah.
And what about, well, the old Blaze? They had a really poor start to the Rachael Heyhoe Flint
They don't
Trophy.
seem to know how to lose at the moment, the Blaze.
And now they got 318 for 8 of their reduced match 44 overs. That's some score that.
Absolutely.
They're going to have to go some to get that, aren't they? South East Stars.
Sarah Bryce in the runs there again for Blaze.
'81. Bryce, 30 Bryce, 52 Kelly, so 71 Claridge. So there's 3 or 4 of them who've chipped in big time there for the Blaze.
That will take some chasing.
It will. And it looks like the England women are on course to win their second game and therefore win the ODI series.
Excellent. It's lovely to see so much women's cricket on the same day, isn't it, Jane?
It is.
Women's cricket happening everywhere.
It's chaos, but we love it.
Oh, absolutely.
England just need 54 to win from 35.3 overs. They've lost 1 wicket, so Bowman was run out. So and Bouchier's got 56, so not out at the moment. So going well, and the Yorkshire boys are going well as well.
Marlowe's just worked that. Oh, they're going to push for 2, and they will get there quite comfortably. It's good running. Thought that was something that the Sparks did quite well, actually. They ran between the wickets quite well.
Especially that partnership with Webb and Perrin, they were really quick.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, yes, gosh, Yorkshire are doing well.
Yorkshire bowled out Derbyshire for 76 and they're 61 for no wicket in response. As Marlowe punches that one back down the ground, she's got very easy driving action as she plays that shot. And that's a better over for Diamonds, as they picked up a few there with the 2 and the 1s. 96 for 1 at the end of the 21st over. Hannah Baker to continue from the P-Zone Park end.
Yeah, if they're using her like they used Katie George, this should be her final over for the stint. Who they bring on in a place, I'm not too sure, because they've been so consistent for the Sparks.
Oh.
Right back over her head.
Well done on the boundary, I think, there by Arlett.
Couldn't see that, but
She hasn't quite got up yet. I
We-
think she's all
I
right.
think she stopped it. So here we see it
think
on the
that would just be
replay.
a
Punched
couple.
down. Oof. If we had the opportunity, we'd be looking at 110 replays by now.
Absolutely.
Because I think she put her hand over the boundary as she stopped
Yeah.
it. But good effort. We'll let you off for that one because it was good effort.
Not third umpire today, Jane. despite
No,
the fact
right.
that
I could pretend to be it, but nobody's going to take any notice of me, so I don't think there's much point, as that's played out to short cover by Marlowe. So just leave that one late, chop down onto it, but so far so good, so just keep going, Marlowe. 98 is the score, very near the three figures, chasing 239. Played down the ground to long on, takes diamonds to 99 for one. Holly's middling them, but seems to be finding the field. She's batting to a field quite well, isn't she? Oh, there's a
Yes.
fielder. I'll hit it to them.
She's picked cover out a couple of times, hasn't she?
Yes.
Won the first one hard, but no two there. Katie George coming in from the boundary to pick that one up. So just the one to finish the over.
100 up.
for the diamonds.
100 up. Excellent.
There's a decent crowd in, actually. They're just spread out, aren't they?
Yeah.
So you have no concept of how many of them are here.
It's a lovely afternoon for it.
We're blessed in comparison to the other game.
Absolutely. Yeah.
.22 overs gone, 100 for one. Change of bowler from the Trafalgar Square end.
Bethan Ellis into ball. No run.
Introduced quite late, Bethan Ellis.
And Holly's found cover again. And that looks like a shin.
Yes, she's doing well to bruise a few of them. Yeah. But the aim is to get past them to score runs, Holly, not just to hit them. It's never easy when you're fielding on those old run footmarks of the wickets of the pitchers. Shot.
Lovely shot straight down the ground. Picked up by long on.
It's quite quick, isn't it, the outfield, particularly this square that seems to go on forever because you've got the practice wickets down towards the western stand.
The western stand, yeah, down there, and it just slopes down that hill a little bit as well,
drifts
doesn't
away,
it?
doesn't it?
Ooh.
I always get fooled when umpires point to the other umpire as if to say 2 balls left, and I think, is that a no ball? Always. It's like in deaf cricket when you finished an over, the umpires have to do a circular moment like it's a free hit. And I think,
Right.
did I miss the no ball? But it's just because obviously they can't hear you say over, so you do a signal. to change them round. So that's punched down the ground for a single from Emma Marlowe.
He's back again, Mr. Armitage.
You keep counting how many laps he's doing.
Oh, John loves to get his steps in, doesn't he? He absolutely does. This is bowling quite a straight line, which I think why Holly's finding it a little bit more difficult to get that one away.
Yeah,
Still a couple from the over though to keep rotating things.
She's showing good patience though, you know, and there's still 27 overs to go.
Yeah.
So there is no rush or panic at this stage, you know. If you said to the girls, you know, we're playing 27 overs and you've got to score 140, they'd go, yeah, that's easy. Yeah, we'll do that.
Especially with the 9 wickets in hand,
Yeah.
I think they're in a really good spot.
Yeah. So where are you after this game?
So we're playing the Netherlands on Tuesday at Headingley. The Dutch team are coming over, playing us, and I think they're playing Thunder as well in the week. So Stair is obviously playing for her country on Tuesday against her club, which will be really great to see. So yeah, really excited to welcome the Dutch girls to Headingley on Tuesday.
And 50 overs?
50 over game, yeah. And then we go to Cheltenham on Sunday to play the
Western Storm.
That's right.
Busy week.
Yes. It's a nice little block this actually, leading into when we break for the 100. So we're here, go to Cheltenham, then we go up to York. We play the Sunrisers at York. And then we play the Blaze.
Appeal for a stumping, but I think Marlowe moved her foot at all. I think she was in the crease all the time. She didn't look perturbed at all. And interesting appeal by Abby Freeborn, who was trying to convince the umpire that she had moved, but umpire says no, nothing doing.
Never helps when the bowler disagrees.
Yeah. Again, just rotating the strike, really easy for Emma at the moment, just to keep ticking the scoreboard over.
That's a bit of food and drink for Holly Armitage, just putting one outside leg stump. Thank you very much, I'll have 4 runs.
Just helped on its way, yeah.
She's been gifted two now down there, which she's just said, yeah, I'll have that. And poor fielders, there's no point chasing almost. I know you have to look like you're chasing, but you're always going to come second on that sort of race. Pumped down the ground by Holly Armitage, straight to Emily Arlott, I think, down here at Long On.
Yep.
For a single. That's a good over for Diamonds. As the score moves to 108 for 1. Davina Perrin came off. Do you know what she came off for?
I've got a feeling it's to do with when she actually got hit, when she was fielding at point.
Yeah.
She took one in the shin as well.
Huh.
So
we've got some prolific shin that was
yes,
in the Diamond squad
absolutely. Then. We're I think it's something to do with that injury she might have picked up there. So Amy Campbell is on in her place.
Former Diamond herself.
Indeed. Oh, that's fallen just short of mid-wicket there. Holly just trying to work that into the leg side. I think she was probably trying to hit that a bit squarer.
Yeah, because they've got deep long on, deep mid-wicket and deep square legs, so and a short mid-wicket, so she's pretty covered there. They'll probably know that she has a strength in that area. So in that respect, just hit it straight, Holly, and
there
then you'll get 4 runs.
Easy as that, Jane.
That was great, wasn't it? think because I think you're right, I think she went to go leg side and realised that she wasn't quite there. So fortunately, she didn't put enough on it for it to reach the fielder, and then had a rethink and suddenly worked out where the gap was, and she's good enough to hit those gaps. Just pushed back to the bowler. They've bowled some tight lines and lengths, but they do have one or two that just keep spraying it leg side and out wide outside off. And I think 50 over game, I said right at the start of today, it's more about patience and it's about waiting for the ball in the right areas to hit, and it should be risk averse rather than risk taking at this stage. And there's a super shot over
Lovely,
extra
Holly.
cover, one bounce for 4 over extra cover.
Something that we speak about actually as a group, who can we be the team that execute our skills for longer, and if we're the team that can execute our skills for the longest period of time, we'll win the game, because we've got that patience and we've got that persistence to keep doing it, especially in this format.
And also the depth. I mean, you've got a decent depth, haven't you, of players,
Absolutely.
you know, that can do that. So if one person doesn't execute their skills well, then the others can come in and just keep it moving and keep it building as you go through an innings, as Holly hits that one out to square leg for a single and to bring Marlowe on strike.
I think Marlowe herself kind of encapsulates that, because she started off really slow, got into it, started showing her skill and just kept at it, and that's why she's nearing a 50. I don't say it. But
Well,
it is her best score in this year's.
she's played a similar
competition so far.
similar knock, similar role to the one Davina Perrin played, because she
Yeah.
didn't go very quickly to start with. And I think certainly the younger players, I'm all in favour of it, because it means you don't have to go crazy from the start, and that's
It's time for drinks.
half time as the overs go. 25 overs at this moment in time. Diamonds are 117 for 1.
I was slightly concerned seeing all the players going, then I was like, how many shins have we damaged?
Yeah.
But no, we're all good.
And Sparks were 107 for 3 at this stage. So 10 runs ahead of the score and 2 wickets behind. So in a fairly good position, you'd have to say, as a Diamonds
Absolutely.
player.
Just have to hope that we keep the momentum going after the break. See a lot of times sometimes after breaks that things can happen, can't they?
Yeah,
Straight away after the drinks break. So we refocus, get ourselves
a little bit like Clarkson in the
back
World
in.
Cup
Yeah,
final.
in the World
yeah.
Cup
They had a
final.
break,
Absolutely.
and then he got out next ball.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe that. I stopped watching when I think South Africa just needed 24 off 20,
They needed to
3
run a ball,
balls.
didn't they?
and I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, they got that one wrong.
Yeah, it's quite
I couldn't
remarkable,
believe it when
wasn't
I
it?
saw that they'd lost it. But then that's cricket, isn't it?
Yeah.
A bit like the game, the first Rachael Heyhoe Flint meeting between these two this year.
Oh my goodness. Edgbaston.
Yeah,
What a game that was.
and Sparks only needed 7 off the last.
They
6 off the
needed
last
6
over.
off the last over. Well, they only needed 11 off the last 2. But
And Holly brought
Holly,
herself on.
Holly doing Holly things. Takes 3 wickets in the last over.
Well, we thought she was
Season
going to bring
over.
herself on in the final, because obviously
Oh, of course.
Catherine Fraser didn't come on. Erin Burns. She looked quite eager at the end of the Diamonds innings though.
Lovely view of Scarborough Cricket Club there. We're very well looked after here, and as a county, Yorkshire are very lucky to have outgrounds like this. Now, just looking at the men's score, and sadly for Derbyshire, they were all bowled out for 76, and the Yorkshire men are, I think it must be raining there. Oh no, Yorkshire is 70 for 1, so they trail by 6 runs. but they've lost 1 wicket. So they've got 9 wickets in hand.
That's at Chesterfield, isn't it?
It is at Chesterfield, yes.
Yeah.
I'll be there tomorrow. So it was the women's team today, the boys tomorrow.
Getting your miles in, Jane.
Yeah, I am. But I love watching them and I love supporting them, so it's great to be able to do. Just had 2 weeks of the England deaf team playing India deaf.
Oh wow, how did that go?
Unfortunately, we were on the losing side. We lost 5-2, but it was a good series.
Good series.
Yeah, very good series, and I've picked up a bit more sign language, so
Yeah.
I'm getting there.
Oh great.
Getting better with my sign language. So that means good luck. And
We're
now
all doing it. We're all
good luck.
doing it in the box.
And a taste of cricket picnic.
Oh, nice.
Because you're putting the blanket
Putting
down.
the blanket down for
Yeah.
a picnic.
And you
I like
taste
it.
of cricket.
Cricket, I get. That's quite
Picnic,
self-explanatory.
yeah.
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 Nice.
So we've got 1 or 2 things to work on as a team, cricket-wise, but it was a good series, and India are one of the top teams, as they are in most cricket. So it was a good challenge.
It's great to see all those series actually getting a bit of traction now.
Yeah.
I remember when obviously my pathway colleagues Ben and Jared went to India with the physical disability team earlier this year. It was great to see all that coverage
Yeah, and
of
in fact
how
we
those lads went.
go to Australia in November for the Blind Ashes.
Oh wow!
So I was with the blind squad yesterday. They're incredible. I'm always blown over by how good they are when
Yeah.
they can't see anything. You know, I mean, it's bad enough when we can see it, isn't it? But they're great. So we've got the Blind Ashes in November, and then we've potentially got a Physical Disability World Cup in December. But back to Sparks against Diamonds, and the first ball is a wide.
Georgia Davis bowling this end now to replace Hannah Baker.
That's another wide, I would think. It might be more than one.
Oh, that's a good pickup actually.
Oh, he's given
Leg
a leg
bye.
bye. Always makes me laugh when I'm at Scarborough and Johnny Bairstow's painted on one of the houses. It looks definitely summery out there again. Oh, nice shot. Delicate shot by Marlowe there, and she's just run it down through the sort of vacant slip area, third man area for a 4. But it was a deliberate shot. It wasn't an edge or anything. She just guided it down there.
Opened the face of the bat and played really late. Lovely shot.
See her there, just guiding it down there. Very deliberate and a very good shot as she hits that one through mid-wicket for a single. And that's really good cricket. Get a 4 and then just rotate the strike. Do we have any DLS sheets anywhere?
We did at Blackpool.
The DLS is actually it's on the other score, the scoreboard that we can't actually see from our commentary box. And Holly
Let's just
has
hold
just
out.
found cover. So we talked earlier about Holly picking her fielders. She's just found cover there.
Good catch, good low catch, but it was one of those that you feel if you'd really gone through with it, Holly, it would have gone through her hands, let alone to her hands. But it's always easy from here and always easy in retrospect. She won't be very happy with that as a knock, but has helped move it on. And here we see the replay. She just seems to guide it rather than hit it. And you can see she's disappointed there. 28 of 41 balls.
very wide of her as well. She was reaching for it. And found Courtney Webb, I think there's there at cover.
Yeah, you don't see these Aussies dropping many catches, do you?
It's very true. So in comes Stair Callis.
And probably at this stage now you just need Marlowe to go on a bit further, don't you, than you potentially needed.
But I think they've got that depth to cover. Abby Glenn will be coming up soon if needed.
Absolutely.
I think she's been really impressive, this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy.
She's done a really important job in that sort of lower order, hasn't
Yeah.
she, Glennie?
I suspect she won't be until around 8ish or so.
Got
But,
plenty of batting to come
yeah,
with Bess, with Erin.
Yeah, you got Bess Heath yet.
Yep, spoiled for choice,
Yeah.
really.
Absolutely.
The first wicket partnership was 65, second wicket partnership 59, and that's what you look. You want to see those partnerships develop. If every partnership was that, you're going to coast it as you go through. So
Which, when you look in comparison to Sparks, they just couldn't really keep together for as long. Perrin and Webb formed a pretty good one, as well as Katie George towards the back end with Perrin.
Yeah,
But it wasn't consistent enough like what
Yeah.
the Diamonds are putting out today.
exactly.
shot for
And
nothing.
straight to Amy Campbell at point.
Wide ball.
Good work by Freeborn, the keeper there.
She's doing well
Quick
because she doesn't
movements.
always keep wicket, does she? Because when Amy Jones is around, then she gets the gloves and
Yeah.
Amy has to run around in the field. So been impressed with her movements today, and that was certainly a good example of a very good take.
Ooh.
Good hit there, but straight to the fielder. Just need to learn to avoid those fielders a little bit. Either side, they'd be all right, wouldn't they? But then again, you know, Diamonds saved a lot of runs because the ball was near them. So full toss. I think she's given a no ball for that. So it looks like Stir might get a free hit here. So Stir, welcome to the crease. You can have a free hit. Always a great way when you first go in there if somebody says you can have a free hit, because it relaxes you a bit and you just think, right, let me have a go then. Where would you think she's going to try and target with this free hit, Lizzie?
I reckon she'll try and go straight.
Yeah.
If the ball is full, I think it'll go straight back over the bowler's head.
A woman's work's never done. Being asked to keep up with things as she goes along.
Of course.
But,
Multitasking, as usual.
hit through mid-wicket, vacant mid-wicket area, just for a simple one. And, you know, that's all they need to do. They don't need to do anything crazy. If they can just keep hitting one, you know, rotating the strike and hitting one a ball, that's 6 runs and over. Before you know where you are, you've won the game and you've not even broken a sweat. And yet we do have this mentality that thinks we've got to hit hard at some stage, don't we? Nicely played out into the square leg area.
Some
by
people
Stair
will
Callis.
argue it's boring cricket without boundaries. I think it's smart because it does make you rely on more the gaps that you can feed the ball into. It relies more on the actual running between the wickets, and that is, I think, better
Yeah.
in the longer form.
The only thing that's boring for me in cricket is if we lose all the time.
That's very true.
And I don't care how we win sometimes. I'd rather win ugly than lose entertainingly. Yeah, running well between the wickets, these two. They've just taken a runner ball for the last 4 or 5. And that's 50 for Emma Marlowe. Good knock there.
It's her maiden 50.
Yeah, beats the tournament best of 32. Just looks really comfortable from the start.
Yeah, and she looks so comfortable that I'm staggered that that's her maiden 50 because to me she's a better player than not having already got one. So great credit to her and good work to the coaches as well for helping her develop and making sure that she knows how to play the game as well as being able to play the game, because that's part and parcel of 50 over cricket is knowing how to play it. 20 overs you don't have to think really. You just have to go in there and swing. But 50 overs, you've got to know how to play the game.
And like you said earlier, she's set her innings up really nicely. She got herself in, put the bad ball away, and played to her strengths. And she's got loads of options to choose from, and she knows when to pick them. So yeah, she'll be very pleased, and we all are very pleased for her.
Davies continuing from the P-Zone Park end of the ground, and Emma Marlowe has just got a top edge on that one, but it's no danger in it. I think she was hoping that she was going to get that slightly further backwards off because she's a 360 player. She's aware that there's gaps behind that wideish gully that's there, and just to make the point, she's 360. She's gone the other side of the pitch for an easy single. I love the way she's able to play down that third man area, that fine backwards of gully area. I think that's a really mark of a really good batter, because not many people can do that deliberately.
No, it's a very unique skill
Shot
set.
and that's
She makes
split
it
the
look so
field.
good.
And there's 3 fielders, and it's going to beat all 3 of them. Lovely shot by Stair Callis there. Is it
Sterra
Callis?
Roll the R, Sterra.
Stella.
We call her Ster.
Sorry, Stella. But a great shot by Callis. That's the easy way to.
It is. Yeah, just pick the gap there.
And there's nothing better when you've hit that one and you see 3 fielders running and it beats all 3.
It beats them all.
Yeah. But to be fair, they did that to us 3-4 times down this bottom end, the opposite end of the ground. It just raced away, just down the slope a little bit. I always keep thinking these are hot air balloons or something.
And Marlowe's hot centuries made for 70 deliveries and including 5 bullets.
Well done. 70 deliveries and 5 fours is what the announcers just said for Emma Marlowe's 50. And there's applause from the generous crowd that we've got out here, who are spread all around the ground. It's one of Yorkshire's outgrounds, and it's quite big for an inner city. You walk down the road and you can't believe that there's a cricket club here.
Hidden away.
And you're sort of walking in through somebody's backyard and suddenly you're into somebody's cricket club.
Much like Luton Town. Their
Yeah, I've
ground
never
on
been to
Wood
Luton
Road.
Town, but I'm told that it's like that, Carrow Road. As Ellis continues.
Oh,
And that's
punched
that's
down the
absolutely
ground.
smashed straight down the ground. There's quite a few of the Yorkshire girls who are capable of almost playing that flat bat, straight drive.
Yeah.
You know, and they hit it with real force, so it's a unique shot that they're all doing quite well. It's almost a flat battered straight drive, but a great shot. Oh.
And she's tried to go for the same the next ball, and can
Paid
see
the
the
price.
frustration there.
Well, she's gone 5 runs better than Perrin, because Perrin got 50 and had battered really well.
Yeah.
Similar type of player coming through at the same similar age, and then Perrin got out at the very next ball, but at least Marlowe has taken it on for at least one shot after a 50. But you can see the frustration in her there.
Bessie Grayson on
And
now.
Marlowe wins gold medal prize to 51.
So exactly 100 needed as Bess Heath comes out to the middle.
I think this would be a really key partnership now with Bess and Stair.
Both fairly new to the crease and both fairly decent batters, especially throughout the middle period.
Well, there's a lot of experience out there now. One has been around a long time, Stair Callis. Bess Heath is still a relatively new player. I know she's been playing a lot, but she hasn't played in a lot of, say, internationals, whereas Stair's played in considerable amount. She's got over 1,000 T20 runs, hasn't she, in
She has.
international cricket. So she can, whilst it's not a 20 over game, there's 22 overs left. It's fairly similar, but Bess is a real punchy little player who can hit the ball very hard.
Example there to get herself off the mark. First ball just punched into the offside to deep cover for one.
So less than 100 needed now. That's always a nice moment,
It's a
isn't
good,
it?
yeah. From a mindset point of view as well, especially when you look up at that score. Oh, quick single there, and
they've not only got one, but they're going to get two, I believe.
that's good awareness there from Bess to turn and go for the overthrow.
So on the other scoreboard, it tells you DLS, does it?
Yes, I've got it here, I can tell you. So we end the end of the 28th over. The par is 104. So we're well above. Oh.
And he's giving it.
She's given it
Sorry,
even.
sorry.
Is that not a bit high? Not that we can do anything about it, but third umpire here, me, is like,
You overturning that, Jay?
Well, it looked like it was going down leg, didn't it? Yeah, it's not too high, I don't think, but
On the knee roll, I think. Stair just trying to work that one into the leg side.
she's quite a way forward. Anyway, she's out. So next batter in is Erin Burns. One international replaced by another ex-international.
Batting on 6 runs, Erin Burns.
And this is where they just need to settle it. Just need to settle. You've got 22 overs to get less than 100 runs.
Yeah.
This is where scoreboard pressure builds on you, isn't it? It's just like, we've still got to get this or we've still got to get that. I presume Duckworth Lewis now has gone up
Yeah,
more
so
because you've now lost 4 wickets.
29 overs gone and 4 wickets down. Duckworth Lewis is 130. So actually we're still...
Good running there by Erin Burns.
Yeah.
Not sure Bess Heath was ready for that, but Erin definitely realised that she was quick enough to get down that end.
So yeah, we're still Comfortably ahead of Dr. Lewis at the moment.
I don't think we're going to need it today. At
No.
one stage I did, because it looked a bit black,
It
but
did go very dark, didn't
but
it?
it seems to
Mild
be
grey.
pushing it. Nice easy shot there by Erin Burns. And she should have the experience to know that just knock it around, just keep it going. One to the keeper, not now. You know, it's like one to this, one there.
Ooh.
God. That's one of those that I thought I was going to see the stumps go then.
Yeah.
Great punch. Beth's strength can also be a weakness, can't it? Because she punches everything, and if she doesn't middle it right, that's when she sometimes just pokes up a catch. So I'm hoping that she's going to keep hitting it in the gaps today. Whereas Erin is very, I'll just work it around. Useful addition to the squad this year.
She has been, yeah.
After Chloe trying it. Is Chloe not playing in India?
Not sure.
Yeah, I saw they were playing a test match. South
They are,
Africa.
yeah. Just chipped up. Or fall short of deep square for 1. Ends the over. 148 for 4 after 30.
Yeah, nice and easy. So just keep knocking it around, you two. Just keep building it. Just keep going 10 at a time, 10 at a time. You only need 9 of those, 8 of those, don't you? 9
Exactly.
of those. 9 more 10s, that's all we need. Camera people are cheeky, aren't they, when they just pick out somebody in the ground. Yes, you, sir, we've got you on screen.
Ellison again.
I thought she had a really good run this year in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint. Just couldn't really get going today. Alongside Katie George last time out, them two putting on 30 plus scores against the Diamonds.
Has Bess been picked up for the T20s against New Zealand? Have they announced that squad?
I don't think they've announced that squad yet.
Right.
Will we be getting an exclusive?
I definitely don't have that information. Not yet.
You can't divulge it anyway. I had information yesterday, but it's come out today, so I don't have to. I knew there was going to be 3 new players in the men's test squad. But, yeah, interesting stuff. As Alice comes in again. We've got 2 complete opposites batting now, haven't we? We've got one who looks all action and all bustle almost, and the other one who just seems to just work it around. And that would be quite different for the bowler, bowling at those 2
Absolutely,
different characters. Yeah. And that's why it's even more important to just keep rotating the strike.
Not quite got hold of that one.
treating the ball with respect there.
Yes.
That's all they need to do. 31 overs gone, or is that 32 now?
31.
I don't know if I'm too quick sometimes when I look up and whether they've changed. 149 for 4 is the score.
Lovely. And on that note, ladies, I will take my leave. It's been lovely to chat with you.
Thanks for coming in. Thanks for popping in, Lizzie.
Thanks for having me in the box. And I will go back to the day job.
Thank you.
Get my schedule sorted.
Thanks, Lizzie.
See you later.
So that's, we're joined by Lizzie Dillon, who's the operations manager for Northern Diamonds. So it's good to have her insight into the team and
The behind the scenes.
behind the scenes. She was busy answering emails and answering messages the whole time she was in here. So, but good stuff there from Lizzie. Right, with 19 or 18 point whatever, 4 overs to go. And the Diamonds still need a 91. So there's still a distance to go, so they'll just need to keep working at this. Sparks are trying to pull themselves back into it. As Bessie sets off for one, but it's sent back by Eric Jones.
Sorry about that. Yeah, they're just dipping in and out the required run rate, but like they're not. There's no real pressure, and when you're hitting shots like that, there's no need for pressure.
Yeah, punched down the ground by Bessie for 1 to Emily Arlott. I presume she might get another bowl at some stage. She's only bowled 3 overs. And then there's a strike down through cover by Erin Burns, but that's the end of the over, and they just need to be mindful. They don't want to start falling behind at any stage.
No, because then I think they'll miss pace their innings.
Although they're scoring at literally just under 5 and over, so they must be just there or thereabouts. They're not far off at the moment.
I think the more we see this partnership grow, I think the closer that run rate gap will be.
Is that smash through the covers, and that'll be 4 runs. That's a good shot there by Bess Heath, and that always helps. Once you have hit the first ball for 4, you can breathe a sigh of relief.
Tap a few for a single, and you've got through the over fairly safe.
Just keep playing each ball on its merit. And that's another 4 from Bessie. This time straighter, but avoiding the short cover and the long off and piercing them both. And it's a long run to fetch that ball back.
It is, especially when it's going quicker than you. The outfield's really great today. It's so quick. Allowing that ball to just race away for another 4. Just taking the time here, reevaluating, building position. Just rearranging. Is that MR in the deep? Oh.
And you almost get the feeling that if you're going to hit it, you've got to hit it hard, because it's very difficult for the players to stop it. I think Holly Armitage did 1 or 2 really good stops in the field that were hit very hard, but then succumbed when she was batting to not hitting the ball hard and giving a catch, which in retrospect she's probably thinking, if only I hit that harder, I probably possibly would have got away from it, as Bess Heath has to avoid being hit by Erin Burns's shot down the ground. She did a wonderful pirouette and then came down the wicket, so good spatial awareness there from Bess Heath. As you see on this replay, she avoids it and then she has to do a complete pirouette. There we go, and then she's off. Great running by Bess Heath.
Wonderful stuff.
And well played. Recognised that was on the straight line this time, as they tick over to 160, and every 10 makes a difference.
Yeah.
Just 80 runs required now for victory.
They've already taken 10 off this over. You feel as though the end isn't too far.
Well, it's quite a way yet for 80 runs, but if they keep going like this, then, you know, it just chips away. And just where the fielder moved from is where she decides to put it, and they come through for a single. So if you said it's 10, that's 11 off that over 11. Then.
I don't think they'll keep going at the same rate, but they'll be there or thereabouts.
No, I don't think they will either. Do you see Duckworth Lewis on that shot? We can probably see us. I'll just wave my hand out the window. We're just in the little in the little one here.
I've got it as 142 for DLS, which is miles ahead.
You got DLS up, have you?
Yeah.
Oh, well done.
I don't trust this scoreboard.
Oh yeah, it's on. Yeah, I've got it as well. I didn't read that bit.
Very handy thing to have.
Yeah, yeah. Live MV play is where you get all the detail of what's going on in a game, and that's pulled off middle stump, but pulled strongly, just for a single, but it was a well played shot.
Just finding a Hannah Baker out there in the deep. Oof.
Nicely played by Erin Burns. That's going to run away, and it's going to beat the fielders for 4 runs.
It's just so quick out there.
Yeah, I think if it gets past the fielders, you don't want to say there's no point chasing it, but you almost want to say, well, I'm not sure anybody will ever be able to stop one.
Save your energy.
Good ball there from Davis. Erin Burns reprimanding herself for being tempted.
Oof.
Hit firmly but straight to cover and fielded by Courtney Webb, we think that is it.
Courtney Webb, almost a victim of those shin snappers that the Diamonds have been dishing out so far this innings.
That's driven down the ground for 1.
No matter what's on it.
How many off that one then? 167 for 6 off that over.
A really steady rate, and they're just keeping it up. Tapping it here and there. And that's all they need to do.
Is this Hannah Baker coming back on?
I think they are starting to recognise this may be the final 10 overs of the game. They're going to bring Hannah Baker back. Wouldn't surprise me if we saw Katie George either. Them two were really great at restricting runs. Sort of first 20 overs of this innings. fumble there, wasn't there?
Yeah, I wasn't sure whether it was a wide or whether she just helped it round the corner, but it was definitely down leg side. So, and then it's just played into that square leg area, and they're looking for two, but the fielder's already picked it up.
Yeah.
That's a safe way of picking up a run. There's a big gap in front of square on the leg side, right round to fine. And that's exactly where Bess Heath has just played it. As didn't really get full bit, and it's not going to make it to the boundary.
No, fielded there.
And they just go there for 2 runs.
Grace Potts coming over.
Punched out into the cover area, but there's a fielder out at deep extra cover, so just the 1 run there.
Yeah, Bethan Ellis, I believe. Just splits Amy Campbell there. Come on, there's the substitution for Davina Perrin. Foot never really left the crease there.
No, she didn't move at all.
They're persisting with Bethan Ellis. Give them the ball.
England women have won by 8 wickets, and Bouchier has got 100 not out to win that game. So they won by 8 wickets in 24.3 overs. So
A very quick chase.
Not very competitive at the moment.
No. I think New Zealand, they struggle because they've not really got the infrastructure in place at domestic cricket level to produce world talents, and they do rely on the likes of Susie Bates, Sophie Devine, more experienced players of the squad. As Bess Heath just taps that. Picking up a run there off of Georgia Davis' spin. Into a final over now, taking 1 for 44 so far.
Oh,
Perfect.
a reverse sweep met perfectly by Erin Burns and played over the boundary for 4. There's always a part of me that takes a breath when somebody does that, but she played it superbly and connected with it with the middle of the bat, and it absolutely flew to the boundary.
Perfect.
See the bowler is looking aghast because she can't believe that anybody could play that shot off her bowling, but if anybody can, Erin Burns can.
Yeah. 1 more delivery left in the day for Georgia Davis. Just been sent to the ropes by Erin Burns with that reverse sweep. I think that's Bethan Ellis out in the field. And they just pick up 1 run. Davis finishes on 1 for 50 from her 10 overs to the bowled her out.
They're nearing another 10 completed. So 177 for 4 off 36. Still need to keep chugging along. It's interesting that Davis has been bowled out because she's way ahead of most of the others. Hannah Baker's coming into her 9th over now.
Yeah.
And you're sort of thinking, wow, if Davis is bowled out and Baker will shortly be bowled out, that means they've got to start bowling some of the others.
Yeah.
So obviously Katie George should get a go.
Yeah, she's got a handful to spare. I think they were saving her for the end, really.
But then it's got to be Ellis, Arlott or Potts.
Yeah, Grace Potts hasn't really been used since that first 10 overs of this innings. You may be Grace to Eve Jones, left arm pace. In a very like Holly Armitage-esque
Yes.
final over kind of situation. Just hit for one there. To the field of the deep. Nothing else.
It's quite easy maths when they need 240, isn't it? You know, so they've now got 180, so they need 60 off the next 14 overs.
I wouldn't want to jinx it, but it does sound like an easy equation.
Well, you'd be a bit frustrated if you can't win from this position, but it's never a cert, as Central Sparks could tell us from the first time these guys met. But that was a wide ball down leg side from Hannah Baker. It's a poor ball.
Yeah, I think that got the treatment it
And
deserved.
it certainly did. I was wondering whether it was a no ball, but obviously she's got away with that because she could have been having to bowl it again. But a good hit by Bess Heath there. No, it wasn't a no ball, Jane. It was nowhere near above her waist, but a good strike by Bess Heath.
Emma Lott coming back onto ball.
There we go. DLS says 156 on the scoreboard, 185 for 4. 55 runs required. See, we're having to work that out ourselves because we can't see that scoreboard.
Oh.
We can only see the other one that doesn't have all that on, but it's okay, we're doing all right.
We shouldn't have told them about MV play. We should have just said it was our own brains working
Yeah,
the LS out.
yeah. That could run away for 4. The quicker the bowler comes, the more you're going to get that round. This partnership now is 46. So this is proving to be a strong partnership.
Yeah, and it's built very quickly too, both striking in the 80s, so certainly want this game over and done with, you'd imagine.
Slower ball attempted there by Emily Arlott, but it was spotted and coming back for the second, and it's good running, very good running.
There were a bit of hesitation going back for that second, but on reflection they have plenty of time.
It's when you now start seeing that you need under 50, that makes a difference. All these things are, yes, they're numerical, but they're also psychological, you know, you sort of, yeah. That was not a bad shout there, but I think it was going down leg side.
Skipper Eve Jones drops the ball
Handing it over to Emma up there.
Starting to put pressure on the field by the way that they're running. A good throw though from the fielder.
They're just hitting into the gaps, but not too far enough to evade a fielder. I think that's why the 2 was being questioned there.
It's a much slower ball and good slower ball as well, ending up being a Yorker. You know, it's one of those that if you're not careful you can think it's coming a bit quicker than it was, and you could have played all the way around that. So that was well played by Bess Heath.
Yeah, she's certainly got quite a lot of variation going on in this over. Hit to the side.
193 for 4 at the end of the 38th over. 47 required for victory in 12 overs.
Reintroducing Katie George into the attack.
Which is probably, in the grand scheme of things, an over too early in many respects, because they're going to be 1 over short from that end. I think they're hoping for a breakthrough, because I don't think at this stage they're going to be able to stop the runs.
No, and that's I think why Katie George has come back in so early. They've been forced to make that change.
Powerful shot,
Oh,
one bounce, and it's gone over the boundary for 4. And if you hit it hard enough, there's very little that the fielders can do. She did everything possible there, and she did stop it, but she dropped it over the boundary. It was powerfully struck, and you'll see on this replay, she got a hand to it, but then it just bounced over the boundary.
One of those unlucky ones, just because of the pace it was coming at.
They've got a real ring field on the offside, so they've got 1, 2, 3, 4 fielders all on the ring on the offside. Somebody's laughing about something out there. Can't see what all the hilarity is about, but sounds fun. So as long as they're enjoying themselves, that's the main thing.
Yeah.
So whenever you hit it on the leg side, there's going to be a single, because the fielders, 3 of them are on the boundary and 1 is backward on the circle. But if you're backing up from the non-strikers end, then you should be able to get down there before they get the ball in.
Yeah, I think it's more just of a case of damage control now. The Sparks, they'll be looking at that net run rate there in the negatives, the Diamonds are in the positives.
The only way that Sparks can do anything now is to take 6 wickets.
Well, yeah.
that's what they've got to do. So it's interesting the fields that are being set, because they do look like run restricting rather than wicket taking fields.
I think they know their fate, they're just delaying it.
That's a miss hit, but they've gone for the single, and they've got an easy single. Good running there by Erin Burns. Because a good throw from Katie George hit the stumps, but Erin Burns was already past the stumps. So you see her here, she's over the line already, past the stumps, and then the ball comes in and hits the stumps. So that's 199 now for 4 of the 39th, so that was 6 off that over.
Seem to be having a good time over there.
Yeah. I can't spot who it is, but... Emily Arlott to continue from the Pizan Park end. She went for quite a few in the last over, didn't she?
Yeah. Quite the tonking. I like to use that word, tonking. But yeah. She's very good at that. She can defend them.
Most bowlers are very good off their own bowling, I can assure you. And they don't tend to drop catches off their own bowling either. I always used to tease a friend of mine who played for India, Shubhangi Kulkarni, because she ended up, if you look in the record, she's got a lot of the most catches, and they were off her own bowling. She was a leg spin bowler. They've gone for 2, and they've made it easily. It just shows that if you are determined and run quickly, even with the throw, because you've got the time it takes for the throw to come in to actually be running as well. And Erin Burns is very quick between the wickets, and that's 200, over 201 up, 200 up for Northern Diamonds. Quite nice when you see the run rate drop below 4, because 38 runs, even if we'd finish this over, it'd be 3.8, wouldn't it? I'm good at tens, divisions by tens.
It's the psychological maths that will just keep these.
And that's gone for 4.
Well.
That's missed everything and everybody and gone through for 4, and this is where your quick bowlers don't always help at this stage in the competition, because the faster they come, the more difficult it is to stop them, and if you get edges, then you just can't set a field for it. Whereas at least with the spin bowlers, you know that it's likely to be more in front of the bat than behind the bat. So this over, whilst not fully accredited to Emily Arlott, is a very good one for the Northern Diamonds.
It's the sort of compromise you make with the paces. You want them to be the enforcers and the wicket takers, but then you also have to deal with the consequences in the fact that they will bowl quick and they will get hit and use that pace off the ball, just as Heath was able to.
Good half stop there by the fielder. What's that, 8 off that over?
Yes.
So 207 for 4 off 40 overs. So Northern Diamonds still require 33 runs to win off 10 overs.
Do you see this game going to the full length?
No, not really. No.
Fair enough.
I'll be very surprised if it goes full 50 overs. The last few overs they've been scoring at 6 to 10 and over, and I can't see these two stopping that. Look at that, they're running quickly, going for two a ball. You know, it's like, wow, it's pretty good running. Good cricket.
I think Katie George has just been left a bit too late in the day.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. She was bowling well, and she's now come on at a stage where these guys, you know, the partnership now is 64 off 66 balls. These two are not hanging around.
No.
And obviously they've been in for a while now with Erin Burns on 27 and Bess Heath on 35. You know, they're starting to see the ball well, just like that. That's split the fielders for 4 runs. So Katie George, it doesn't matter now where you bowl it, they're just going to hit you. You know, before you know where you are, when you start getting down to 20 to win or what, 27 to win, when you've still got 10 overs, as a fielding side, you're like, this is over.
Yeah.
You know, you're trying to concentrate and you're still trying to keep playing at your best, but in your mind you're like, we can't stop that.
No.
Especially not if you keep
Again.
bowling them there, because Bess Heath is not going to mess around. She's gonna make sure it's hit and stays hit, you know. And so you say, will it go to the end? That's already 8. Is that 8 or more off this over already? 10 off this over already.
2 in the first ball, yeah.
And they ran that first one and made it into a 2, and then you've had 2 4s, you know, and it's just making it a very comprehensive performance.
They've switched on now, they're just going to hit everything.
And now I'm going to hit it through the offside.
Yeah, Beckinelli's
And
just
I'll
there.
get another 2 here. Erin Burns, good teammate, runs 2. So she's got 12 off this over so far.
Already.
You know, we're soon up to just 21 wanted. We're going to be into the teens in a minute, with 6 wickets remaining. She'll be annoyed with herself on that one.
Yeah.
That was potentially a wide down leg, wasn't it?
But I think now they're in that frame of mind where they just must hit everything they see.
Yeah. It's 12 off this over so far.
Quite costly over there from Katie George.
Yeah, very. And she came back on having been very economical. And you think, yeah, this is the right thing to do, and then your best bowler or one of your best bowlers gets hit for 12, you know, you're starting to think, where are we going from here? And the partnership is 76 off 72 balls.
Very telling, they've just come out and hit hard, run hard. And there's no stopping them. There has never been no stopping them since they got together in the middle.
They're probably looking for 2, but they're going to settle for 1. So 20 required now.
I think they're at a stage where they can run for 2, finish the game off easier, but there's no point risking it when you've got 2 set batters at the crease.
Bessie is the sort that looks at the score and goes 45. I'll get a 6 and that's my 50. You know, you sort of think. Just moving the field around. We've got a 5-4 leg side field, so we've got 5 fielders on the leg side and 4 on the off, which is quite unusual because normally you tend to have it the other way round. Even the groundsman thinks it's nearly done. Look, he's up and at, ready to move.
Tapping on the watch.
It's a slower ball which has been punched out to the one deep fielder on the offside for a single.
Marlowe almost disappears behind us.
That's a nice hit off the legs and it's gone through. It's misfielded, down on the fine leg for 4 runs.
Salt in the wounds there.
And we're getting closer to the final stages now. You can almost see that the fielders they've had enough now.
Yeah.
There's 9 overs left and they only want 15 runs. Emily Arlott does disappear. We can't see her start her run up because we've got the sight screens right in front of us and she ducks behind them, and then all of a sudden we see her coming onto the pitch. It's at least 6 off this over so far.
Yeah.
They're like 50 runs ahead almost of DLS.
I think God has been really kind to us today. We've had a few grey clouds, but nothing too threatening.
Nice shot there. Pierce the field. There'll be 2 there for that shot. So that takes it up to 8 off that over. 227 for 4 after 42. Just 13 required for victory now. It's been quite an all-round game for the Northern Diamonds.
Yeah.
They bowled well, set off the game well, and they've just kept the pressure on all day, whether that's been with the ball, in the field, or with the bat.
Yeah, you feel as though Sparks, like you said, made the pitch look really hard to bat on. We're watching Bess Heath and Erin Burns tear it up. We saw Emma Marlowe and Holly Armitage and Tommy Winfield Hill do the same. There's no one in this batting order that's batted terribly.
The only player that's missed out has been Stoke Ellis.
But she's very fortunate to have the depth to back any misfortune she has with the bat.
So this must be Hannah Baker's last over.
Yes.
Good bowling by Hannah Baker. She's not giving it away yet,
No.
and she's just trying to keep it tight.
And that's the right attitude.
Nice reverse sweep by Bess Heath. It's going to run away for 4 runs, and that's Bess Heath's 50. That's a good knock from Bess Heath. She goes to a 50.
Just 49 balls.
49 balls.
6 balls. It's been really good showing today from Bessie. Who'll be knocking on the door of an England call.
Well, that'll be 7 fours because
Oh yeah, 7 balls.
7 fours.
Yeah.
but 49 balls right, and tries it again, but hits it straight to the fielder this time.
Yeah.
So just 9 required for victory here at Scarborough for Northern Diamonds. Also increase their net run rate because they're going to finish this under 50 overs. She didn't quite hit that one, but she's going to get 2 from it.
Oh.
She gets 2 for that.
Yeah, it's not been as close as it previously has been. Obviously, the Edgbaston game with Holly Armitage bowling that final over. A very close game indeed, that. But I think today Diamond's just shone in every department.
Well fielded on the boundary, but still 2 runs. So just 5 required now.
Yeah. You feel as though this will be the over.
49 deliveries included 7 scores.
2-3-5 for 4 after the 43rd over. 5 runs required for victory. Some debate going on about who's going to bowl. We're still waiting whether it's, I think it looks like they might be calling Potts in, is it?
Indeed.
Emily
Jones. Oh,
No,
Grace
Potts.
Potts.
I was going to say Grace Potts.
She won't be doing a Holly Armitage today. Lee Jones captain Sparks.
Grace Potts coming in from the Pison Park end. Bit of a hiding for nothing really. They only want 5 to win. Emily Arlott's been expensive today, 6 overs for 31 runs, and she bowled a maiden in that, and then no wickets. So
Yeah.
interesting that she. So you could almost say five overs for 31, 6, because the 6 didn't get anything off it. So, but she'll be disappointed with that. She had a poor day with the bat and a poor day with the ball, which is most unlike Emily Arlott. I always consider her to be one of the best all-rounders that you can have. In comes Potts.
Oh.
And she bowls her.
Oh, we didn't expect that one.
She bowls her first ball. Just got a little bit more lift.
Where was that? All these overs, Grace Potts.
Just takes leg stump.
Yeah.
I think it's just bounced a bit more than Erin Burns expected. And just cut back a little bit. And it just literally hit leg stump. That's a great innings though. 92 run partnership that Erin Burns has just been part of. So it's very good. So coming in at number 7 is Phoebe Turner. That means there's still Leah Dobson, Grace Hall, still can manage the bat, can't they?
Abby Glenn.
Abby Glenn and Katie Levick.
Yeah. I think the batting depth of this team is really great.
I think you're just a bit more relaxed in the dressing room now because you think 5 runs. Just need to give strike to, if they'd needed another 50, this would be a close finish.
Yeah.
And she's bowled another one.
Dare I say, Holly Armitage 2.0. This is turning out to be some over for Grace Potts here. Just begs the question where this was all those overs ago when I think the game was in a quite a even balance.
Yeah. You see that one, instead of leg stump this time, she's just literally nicked off stump.
I'm glad she finds that funny.
Well, I think she's more shocked than finding it fun. I think she's like, oh, how have I done that sort of thing. So hat-trick ball coming up. Oh, Catherine Fraser as well, yeah. God. I said Grace Hall earlier, she's not playing. I meant Abby Glenn. But Catherine Fraser, I've seen her play some good knocks, but she's got a hat-trick ball to face first. This really would be snatching defeat from the jaws of victory if they were to mess this up. So here we go, hat-trick ball, Grace Potts. Just starting a run up, in she comes. And she bowls a wide.
Oh.
All that as an anticlimax. 2 on the stumps and then bowl a wide for your hat-trick ball, which makes the total required now 4. So one shot should do it.
They're all coming up now, I think. The Sparks know it, the Diamonds know it, they know what's going to happen. Everyone in the circle.
Still got 3 balls left in this over. 2 wickets have fallen, 1 wide. The locals are still hanging around, waiting for the final acts.
Grace Potts just delaying the inevitable, but she's doing it in spectacular fashion.
It will help her figures for the game and for the season. Oh, and that's well fielded. Thought that might have got through for a moment there. Another wide. It does make you wonder, doesn't it, that somebody can hit the stumps twice in the first 2 balls. Since then she's bowled 2 wides and 2 balls that have been hit firmly, but only for 1 run and no runs.
High levels of contrast.
So Grace Potts comes in, bowls, and
That's
Bess
it.
Heath just dispatches her over the boundary for 4 runs and the victory for Northern Diamonds in the 44th over, and they win by 4 wickets.
She's lived the inevitable there, did Grace Potts, but eventually Diamonds got over the line.
So a good victory there for Northern Diamonds, who have shown their depth in the batting order, where they've had at least 3 partnerships of nearing 50 and over 50, and just dominated this competition right from the first over when Erin Burns took the first wicket, right to that last shot by Bess Heath, who finished on 58 not out, 53 balls, top scoring in the competition. We had good scores from earlier from Davina Perrin, who got 50, Courtney Webb, who got 37, and Katie George, who got 52. But then the Diamonds came out. Lauren Winfield Hill got 46 before she was caught by Davis bowled Baker. Emma Marlowe got 55 before being bowled by Ellis, and then Erin Burns got 34, but Heath top scored with 58, not out to win the competition for Northern Diamonds. Final thoughts, Sally?
I think the Diamonds just were perfect in every department. Well, not perfect, near perfect in almost every department. Sparks made it look really tough wicket, but in actual fact, the Diamonds just took it with ease. I think the bowling attack was perfect. Catherine Fraser, one of the best spells I've seen in the competition so far this year. So economical. And then you've also got, Bess Heath, Lauren Winfield Hill, Emma Marlowe putting up really great scores in the batting innings as well.
So thank you all for joining us. This has been Jane Powell and Ellie Indy on commentary. We were joined by Lizzie Dillon from the Diamonds management, and we look forward to joining you at the next game when Diamonds play the next Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Thank you very much.